to move to accept the agenda with the proposed block on item 8. Could they at least put it into chat that they would make that motion, and if there's a second, then we can go forward.
There's a, can you please keep an eye on the chat?
Yeah.
That's my job. I will be doing that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So
Thank you, George. So do we have a, okay, we have a motion from Jessica to accept the agenda as stated. Do we have a second for that?
I second it. There is a motion to discuss the agenda though.
Okay, do we have a second to discuss the agenda first? Somebody's blocking. I don't have any idea what they're blocking.
So we're going to have, there is a motion to accept the agenda and there is a second. There is a motion to discuss the agenda by Dan.
So I think they're almost the same thing. You know, we've got a second on the motion, so obviously we can discuss it now. And keep things simple. Maybe we could start the discussion in chat. And we're talking about the agenda. We're not talking about moderation, etc. So
I suggest to go to a vote just because we cannot spend the whole day just trying to discuss the agenda. We can use there is a polling tool on the there is a polling tool on the
are you talking about
on Zoom that we can use to vote?
Unmute Dan, please.
I haven't, he can unmute himself.
No, Emma prohibited that because we were all talking over each other, and I appreciate what Emma did. Otherwise we won't get anything accomplished today.
Dan is a member of this and he has a right to be heard.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
And
Dan, this is George. I didn't know you wanted to be unmuted, or I would have done so. Everybody who wants to speak, indicate that on chat, and you will be recognized.
Right. So when did you do that? When did you become special and you just get to speak over me as I was about to talk?
No, I was just explaining. I was just explaining, Dan. It was just information.
All right. So for those who just arrived, it appears that the SCC, unbeknownst to me, as I have been am on the SCC and have been to every meeting and every discussion, seems to have appointed us a facilitator without our knowledge and set the agenda. And you notice in this proposed agenda, it actually says assign roles, notes taker, 2 moderators, facilitators, timekeeper, vibes watcher. That's what we decided in our meetings. So Mary, there you go. The SCC has not chosen any facilitator. We do that here at this convention.
No, we do not.
Yeah,
That's not the way the Pacific Green Party has functioned for many years.
So the facilitator, there are 2 facilitators proposed, Emma and Mary. Ken is offered to be timekeeper. Emma is actually the note taker. So one facilitator is Mary. we were, who,
I think,
Mhm.
I was thinking it was
Yeah.
Charles was the other facilitator, but I could be, maybe it
yeah,
was
Charles
George.
is the other.
That's
we-
fine.
So there's,
Charles is
Yeah.
the facilitator.
Okay.
yeah, there's no reason that Mary can't facilitate. She's a member of the SCC. Different people facilitate. Let's just move on. This is really kind of pointless talking about this.
The facilitator should be someone who is impartial. And
Okay,
I
I'm gonna
am the
mute
other members of Lane.
everyone, and then if you want to unmute, please ask to speak in chat. Mary, I'm going to start by unmuting you because you're the facilitator, and then
Okay.
you can. And I'd also like
Okay.
someone to monitor the chat to, like, we're going to move everything to the chat because we really cannot function a meeting the way it's been happening so far. We're going to have to like use chat for most of our communication and let the speakers kind of facilitate the meeting.
So I agree with this process, Emma. I think it's the only way based on past history and the previous 20 minutes that we're going to get anything accomplished. As far as an impartial facilitator, I don't know that's possible anywhere because we all have opinions and we've all been accused of stuff and we've all been, had our integrity challenged. So, all I can say is that I will do the best to get through these issues and with the help of those that are monitoring the chat and so forth, I hope that we can actually accomplish some business today and go forward. So I, again, I think we've had a motion and a second to accept the agenda. I believe that included with my block on item 8. Do we have a vote on that? And can we vote in chat? Can we do
I'm
that?
looking for it. I think that, we have a new account for the Zoom. So let me see. I'm going to have to go and I don't see the polling facility. I think it was not enabled. I'm going to undo the share, the screen share to look at the Zoom and see if I can log in and facilitate the poll.
There is a help center. I'm just looking at you can enable polling at the account level.
Yes, but
Okay.
I'm going to have to log out. Okay, I'm going to have to log
It
in.
says you have to add the poll questions using the web portal. So we can't do it from the app. It doesn't look like.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So maybe we can all just maybe before we open it up for a vote, we should request comments on the motion.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Mary. I'm going to, whenever you open it up for comments or whenever you open up for a vote, I'm going to change it to ask everyone to unmute, and then we can have the open discussion part of the meeting. If people want to, we can vote then too. If there's blocks or objections, people can raise them. But then when we're actually trying to conduct business, I'm going to mute everyone again.
Yeah, because we're going to have to go forward at some point.
Yeah, otherwise we're never going to have a meeting. So here goes, I'm going to ask everyone to unmute. Okay, so everybody's got the option to unmute now. And this is open discussion about the agenda. And
No, this is not an open discussion about the agenda. We did not agree on the moderator. The convention is the authority in the party and not the SCC, and you cannot continue to do that. So now I move to motion to disregard everything you did and start with choosing the moderator. You cannot do that.
Here, here.
5 or 6 of you cannot choose for the whole convention. This is not according to the bylaws, not according to the tradition of this party, and this is not democratic. This is a takeover. You cannot do that. You can vote on a moderator right now and move forward.
I agree.
No, we already chose the moderator. That's already done.
Yeah, who are you? The convention or someone from out of the convention?
Members of the
the-
state coordinating committee and officers.
The
How
SEC
many?
has no authority over the convention.
We
The
already,
convention is the ultimate authority,
this,
and we did not
this
choose
is,
anything else. If you
I
want to
recommend you
choose
just
it,
mute
no,
again, Emma.
don't
This is
talk.
not going to
No, no,
happen.
okay.
Don't talk over me and silence me. You cannot do that. You don't have.
Sorry. Sorry, we really have to have a meeting. It's not that important who the facilitator is, but it is important that we have a meeting.
They want to, I think that they want to have a moderator, the people from Lane County. So we should allow, you know, we should allow the approval of the facilitators, note keepers, etc. We were going to call Charles to actually ask him to be one of the co-facilitators, and I'm not sure that we actually did that.
I did that, of course. Yes,
Oh.
I did that.
Where is Charles? Is he here?
Yeah, he's here.
There's a
Okay.
Chaz.
He's muted though.
Charles? Is Chaz Charles?
There we go. Yeah. Okay. The technical problem is I don't have the mute button except for myself.
We can do that. I'm actually, George.
Yeah, we can add you as a co-host right now.
George, Emma, you're the host. Can you make me the host?
No,
So I can,
there's several, you're also, I've also made you, there's several people who are co-hosts.
yeah. The thing is that
Including Charles.
to be able to allow the poll, I need to be a host, not a co-host.
I'm sorry, to do what?
To allow meeting polling, I need to be a host.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll make you yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah,
And I'll make Charles,
you're not going to be the
also.
host. I'm going to be, but I can pass it on to you.
Yeah, no problem. I'll make you host. And I'll make Charles the co-host.
Okay. Can I be
Okay,
heard?
Yes, we can hear you, Charles.
What?
Okay.
Tablet like Sarah's.
I need to leave and come back, okay?
No gas.
Yeah, Charles, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm not quite sure what to do next. We still need to agree on an agenda, and apparently we need to agree on a facilitator.
Thank you, Charles.
And now, some of the times are awfully short on that agenda, but personally, I favor agreeing on the agenda just so we can proceed to business.
Emma, can you please share the screen for with agenda?
Well, I
It's
see the
already up,
agenda.
Natalie.
Does everybody else see it?
Yes.
Yeah, but I need to go. I need to leave so I can activate the poll so we can do some of these polls on these agenda items.
Okay.
Okay. So Emma, if you can just go on the agenda and share your screen. Do you need the link?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay, I just
Why
sent
don't you send it to me before you go?
I just sent it on the chat.
It's a little awkward for me to facilitate because a lot of these technical details are a little.
I just want to ask the folk who
Yeah,
are UK with Charles being the moderator, the facilitator, and we can move forward.
Well,
I'm fine with-
yeah. What about Mary? I thought Mary and Charles were going to co-facilitate.
Yeah, my plan was to be backup when Mary wasn't, needed a break or whatever, but we can do it the other way if that will help get us underway.
I'm fine with that.
But I'll need help with the mute. Okay.
Alexis, Charles, do you have the chat turned on?
Yes.
Okay, because Alex suggested instead of arguing about the agenda all day, why not ask for any additions to the agenda and move on?
All right. Now, I can do that with the caveat that that's already a full agenda. But okay, what else? Do we have any other additions to the agenda?
Emma, are you sharing the agenda on screen?
I don't see it at the moment.
No, it's disappeared.
Emma.
I've got it written.
Yeah, give me just a minute, Natalie.
Okay.
Showing my age, I printed it out before the meeting.
That's great.
But what time is it?
10:19.
So we're already at the end of the time for process. Okay, I don't hear, are there any motions to let's see. Oh boy, 23 new messages. Okay, so what I see is Dan wants to block items 2 and 3. But my understanding is that 2 is carryover, something was already passed.
Yes, it was.
So I don't understand the block. Hebrew is more okay, there's the agenda. And we've skipped over reading the statement of principles. However, well, I kind of think we should do that.
Well, we're still, as far as I can tell, agreeing on the agenda. So we haven't even taken up item 1 or 2 or 3, any of that yet. So.
Yeah, good point. I hate to do this given the time considerations. What's the basis of the block on items 2 and 3?
Yeah, I have to unmute Dan to hear that, I believe.
Well, I know what the basis is for 3. That one's contentious. As far as I can tell on 2, I don't remember exactly what it was.
Okay, I'm on stack, and George, do not interrupt me again. You are so rude. Okay, number 2 was
so
rammed
rude.
through at the convention a year ago just like they're trying to ram things through now, completely out of process. And though it's not up on the screen and most people here have never seen it, it is yet another pretext written and attack officers and throw people out of the treehouse. It was tabled, not it was tabled because there was a vote, but it was tabled to be rewritten, to be figure out where it was to be written in. When you don't know where to write something into the bylaws, there's not even any proposal to begin with. And simply as a point of order, if we don't pass it here, then it's still not passed. I pose it. I'm blocking the agenda. And I'm blocking number 3 if we need an explanation of that.
Well, are you blocking discussing it? As in providing an explanation of it? It
Yes,
is
I'm blocking
written.
both 2 and 3. Both of them are attempting to implement procedures to circumvent grassroots process and decentralization by implementing top-down control of the SCC over members and chapters. Period. They have no business in the convention agenda of a party like this. I'm done.
Mary Stack.
Do you have a suggestion for getting past this?
Well, I would point out that in the email that Dan sent to Facebook claiming that in my opinion, he misused his access to the info@pacificgreens.org email. He claimed that belonged to Daniel J. Puglia. He states in his letter
Point of
to them,
information, that's false. I said it belonged to PGP, to Wayne Party
no,
Chapter.
can I
Pacific
let me
Green Party, Wayne
finish.
County.
Yeah, let her
So
finish, Dan.
It's an ad hominem.
The letter
It's an
says,
ad hominem falsehood.
the letter says, I filed the copyright claim on behalf of Pacific Green Party. I am an officer of the Pacific Green Party. As a chapter page, the lane page is our party's intellectual property. So in your own words, you're claiming to Facebook at any rate, that the pages are the property. I don't know that I think intellectual property has anything to do with this issue, but you do, Dan. But that the
Point of
pages
order, what does this have
belong
to
to
do
the
with items
party?
2 and 3?
Apparently,
And they're
because
being on the agenda.
Natalie Stack.
because we're trying to set some standards, and you're objecting to those standards, basing that it's top-down control, and we're just trying to protect the party. And you did misappropriate that email account, in my opinion.
Natalie Stack.
And so go ahead, Natalie.
No, Ibra's on stack before you, Natalie.
Okay.
Okay, Ibra, can please strive to keep this brief? We're already past time.
Well, again, we did not agree on Emma, Natalie, and Mary facilitating this meeting. And we did not agree that Emma and others can mute people. And we did not agree on moving forward with the agenda then. So you cannot do that. There's 31 members right now here, and none of us agreed on Natalie, Mary, and Emma moderating this meeting. This is not a democratic process, and I refuse to accept it.
Natalie Stack.
You need to agree by voting if there's no consensus, and nobody did that.
I'm launching, thank you very much for that introduction, Ibrahim. I'm launching the poll. You will receive 2 questions, and please answer, and it will reply pretty quickly. Go ahead. I'm launching the poll.
Oh, you cannot do that. We did not agree that you can do that.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Yeah,
for
well,
Christ's sake.
Sure. No, sure. Don't laugh it out.
I'm
We did
laughing.
not agree that
do you want? Okay.
three of you can moderate this meeting. There's 31 members here, and you took over without any approval from us.
We're asking for your approval now. Look on the poll.
No, you cannot ask until we appoint you to be able to ask.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, for Christ's
And we
sake.
won't have a meeting.
We're not, you know,
Well, we
Is-
agree on
This
Charles.
isn't,
It can be.
Folks,
You
We
can
please,
hear
agree
me.
on
please
Charles.
vote on
Those
your
are
poll.
speaking agreed on
Please vote on your
Charles, or
poll.
as you say, there are 30 more.
Everyone, please please answer the poll so we know the level of support for the current
Well,
agenda as is.
I block this attempt from you, Natalie. Let
Okay.
Charles do it if he wants to do it, because he's the only one that we approved to be the moderator.
Okay.
None anyone else, not anyone else.
Oh,
oh my
Charles,
God.
do you point me to tally? I mean, the poll is being tallied automatically. Okay, we have 12 out of 28 people who voted. Everybody else, please go to the poll, to the question on the poll and vote. George, myself, and I think the other person who is logged in on George's account cannot vote because we're the hosts. So we'll have to add George and myself as votes at the end. Okay, so we have 15 out of 28 people who voted. Can you please vote? And
Here, I
there are
approve
two questions.
myself
The
as
first one is, do you
facilitator,
approve
but-
the agenda as is? And the second question is, do you approve Mary and Charles as facilitators?
Okay, so if I'm supposed to be facilitating, yes, I think we should hold a vote because we have to get past this. And I just voted. Because I'd rather we hold a convention than not.
So 21 out of 29 persons voted. And again, George and myself are going to have to add our votes at the end because we are the host, so we cannot participate.
you'll have to add
in the
my
poll.
vote too. Yeah, me
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, there's 3
I don't even
people.
know what the poll says.
Do you approve the agenda as is? That's the first question. Yes and no. And do you approve Mary and Charles as facilitators? And it's a yes and no. So we have 22 out of 29 people who voted. Can you please vote? It's still tallying. I'm going to share my screen, Emma, because I think that my screen, I think that my screen will allow for the poll to show the results. Okay, so we have a few more people who need to vote on the poll.
Whoa, I can't read that.
Because it's too small?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I can.
I don't know how to make it bigger. Let me see.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I can get it closer. Makes my face look funny, but that's all right.
So we have a few more people who need to vote. 7 more people need to vote. If you can please, if you're having any problems finding the questions or voting, please, send a message to the chat. Okay, I'm going to send a link to the agenda for anybody who needs to look at it that way. There is agenda, you can just paste it, you can just link to it. Okay. 23 out of 29 people voted. The 61% approve the agenda as is, and we need to add 3 more votes to that, which are the hosts, the Zoom hosts. Okay, if you have not voted, can you please make a note in the chat so I can see if you're having problem?
I wasn't able to vote, so You'll have to add me as well.
Are you logged in under George's account?
Me?
Mhm.
No. Well, I don't know. I don't think so.
Mary can't vote. She's a host.
Okay.
I'm a
so
host.
If you're a
there's
host, you
four
can't vote.
hosts, okay.
You just vote on chat.
There's, if anybody not able to vote? There's 24 out of 29 people who voted. There's 5 people who have not voted yet. Can you send? I lost the window. Can you send again?
So
Just then, can you just go through the chat? Were you able to vote? Okay.
yeah, no, it could be that
Okay,
some people don't
so
want to
I'm
vote.
going, this is like 7 minutes, so I'm going, you all, I think that you all can see the poll correct on the screen?
At the moment, we see, at least see the agenda
Yeah.
rather than the poll,
Can you see the poll?
but I was having trouble
No.
reading. the
No,
poll.
it might be because, okay. So I'm gonna close the polling because we need to move ahead. There's at least there's George, myself, and Emma cannot vote because we're the hosts of the meeting. I am assuming that the 3 of us are voting yes on approving the agenda as is, and yes,
Yes.
to approve Mary and
Yes.
Charles as facilitator.
Yes, Emma
So,
and Emma and George voted yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there is.
And I did
60
vote.
Mhm. So there is 63% of the people who approve Mary and Charles as facilitator, plus the 3 vote, plus our 3 votes, and 58% of the people approve the agenda as is, plus the 3 votes that are 3 votes as facilitator, as hosts. So this is so we have voted in to approve the agenda as is, and we have approved Charles and Mary as facilitators. Okay, so we're going to share the results, and these results do not include Emma, Charles, and myself, who cannot vote.
And Mary.
But,
Well,
We don't
I
include
voted,
Mary.
actually.
Yeah.
Charles said he did vote.
Yeah, because I'm not a host.
Anyway, so so this is approved. So let's move on to item number 2. Charles, can you please take it up from here?
Okay. How long, I think it would actually be a good idea for somebody to read at least the
I'll read it.
Principles. Yeah.
Oh, the vision. Okay.
because we need to restore a little solidarity here.
Since we have approved the agenda, and one of the things on there is to read the statement of principles and vision, I believe that we ought to do that.
Yes.
And who has ready access to that?
Okay, I'm going to
I
go
don't
to
think
the,
I do.
let me just go
We'd have to
to
look.
our webpage. They're posted on our webpage, or what matter what we stand for.
Yeah, it should be there somewhere.
Sorry.
When we
This
have
is the
cer-
part, this is the part of the website that we haven't yet updated.
Libra stuff.
Okay, so let me go somewhere else. So if you propose to read something, I suggest that you have it handy.
Yeah. And I think you can find it faster than I can.
Ibrahim is on stack when we have an opening for discussion. I don't know, Ibrahim, can you tell us what you're stacking on? Because we're just trying to get this motion read.
Well, again, we did not agree on Emma and Natalie being on running this meeting. We did
Yes.
not vote on that. We did not agree at the convention. So why do you ignore this and continue doing this?
Okay, let's do another poll. Right?
No,
Yeah,
please, let's just have a
this is
meeting.
Let's
this is
just
how we
move on.
we vote.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Ibrahim, you asked me to facilitate. I'm asking you to stop creating Gordian knots. Besides the facilitator, we have to have technical people because this is a Zoom meeting. And personally, I don't understand Zoom very well. So I'd rather somebody else was handling the
Can you
technical
allow
side.
someone else to handle it other than them?
You know what? I don't know where those statement of principles are. Brian Setzler, you're usually pretty good about having those statement of principles. I don't know where they are located.
No, Natalie, you jumped while I was talking to Mr. Nolan. So can you choose someone else to run the meeting other than Emma and Natalie?
No, because it's a technical matter. It depends on who's the Zoom host.
Yeah, they can
We'd
transfer
have to
the
start
host.
completely over.
No, they can transfer the host.
Are you
Let's just,
offering?
let's just move on.
You know,
I favor just moving on
All right.
because it's already late and we're in kind of an existential situation here.
I have the statement of principles. Would you like me to share that?
oh, please
Yes,
do. Yes, I
please.
just don't know where they are sitting. Thank you.
Statement of principles. It's bylaws Article 2. Does somebody want to read that?
I'll be happy to read them. The Pacific Green Party recognizes that our society and government are plagued by inequality, militarism, poverty, and pollution. We envision and strive to create a local-based grassroots democracy that will overcome these societal ills. Can you folks hear me okay?
I can.
All right.
Yes.
We declare that all people, when they form a social compact, are equal in right, that all power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their peace, safety, and happiness. And they have at all times a right to alter, reform, or abolish the government in such a manner as they may think proper. The Pacific Green Party strives for cultural diversity and gender balance and believes in a limited government whose legitimate functions include ensuring equal rights for all, regardless of race, sex, ideology, philosophy, religion, sexual orientation, age, physical abilities, or economic status. The Green Party strives to ensure that basic human needs, food, shelter, healthcare, and education are met, promoting an economic structure that creates opportunities for meaningful work, maintaining and restoring the natural environment for its own sake, as well as for future generations, promoting energy conservation and the immediate development of renewable and non-polluting energy sources, addressing the struggle of Native peoples, African Americans, and other ethnic communities who have suffered as a result of government policy in the United States, and ensuring the right to privacy, including, but not limited to, the right to reproductive choice, promoting an open, accessible, and truly democratic electoral process, achieving peace justice, and a sustainable environment will require that people work within present institutions while simultaneously creating new ones. The Pacific Green Party respects the diversity of approaches necessary to attain these goals. Can you scroll up a little more? The Pacific Green Party has been created because of the inability or unwillingness of existing parties to address the fundamental problems of our regions and the legitimate needs and aspirations of its people. We accept the challenge of infusing the present system with accountability, future focus, and ecological wisdom. That's it.
Okay. That's step one. And I'm going to repeat my request that people keep in mind a need for solidarity. We have to treat each other with reasonable courtesy, even if we don't feel like it. Otherwise, there won't be a meeting, and potentially there won't be a party. This is an alarming situation. So, if we may proceed, it looks like we have reviewed the agenda, and I'm going to take the other. Who's supposed to be Vibes Watcher? Because that's clearly going to be an essential task.
I nominate Brian. He's already been doing it on the chat.
So I'm putting you on chat. Speak up soon. Ken is on.
Brian?
Ken is on stack, please.
Who is?
Ken Adams.
Okay.
He needs to make a comment about supporting members and people that may or may not be registered green.
Okay. Well, maybe Ken could go ahead while we're waiting to hear from somebody to be Vibes Watcher, or we may have to get by without that.
Charles, you need to have the chat on. Brian accepted to be a Vibes Watcher.
Okay. That puts it right in the middle. I think the problem is I'm looking at somebody else's screen here. Okay. So is Brian unmuted then?
I'm in the process of doing so.
Okay. Although I've already had to do some of that.
Okay, Brian has been given the opportunity to unmute.
Okay. Good. I don't know what setting up a mic means. So, oh, we have 128 new messages. Okay. George, are you watching the chat? Because
Yes, very much so.
a little overwhelming. Okay. We voted, so I'm going to take it. We reviewed the agenda, and we seem to have the necessary staff. So despite Dan's block, I think we should at least consider the next item on the agenda, number 2, which is the thing that we
Carry over from something else, yeah.
Yeah, the carryover from a year ago. And we would need
Emma,
that.
I'm going to do the sharing because I know where that page is.
Okay, thank you, Natalie.
Yeah, please. It's
Could you
tiny.
increase the size of that, Natalie,
Mhm.
please?
Charles, can I introduce that agenda item?
Yeah,
Natalie, can you
I'm
zoom it
familiar
out?
with
Thank you.
So please try to keep it brief.
So basically, this was debated at the Gresham Convention, and the wording was wordsmith at the Gresham Convention. And the only thing that was missing is we didn't have the section number. And so it was decided at the Gresham Convention that we would vote this at a future convention. Because it's been an election year, we haven't done so. So at this business convention, a year later, it is really to be voted on, not discussed, because the discussion happened already at the Gresham Convention in January of last year. And the minutes of that convention reflect that. So I think I'm going to create a poll because I think it's the easiest way to do that, right? So how? Okay.
Oh, that's the old one. Okay.
Yeah, edit. Okay, edit. Oh, there's here. Approval of section F10. Do you approve of section F10? And it's going to be yes. No. Okay. And hold on a second, I need to stop sharing. So save. Oh, this thing, title. Okay. And I think I can, okay, I'm going to launch the polling and I'm going to show the proposal, okay? So there is a poll now. And again, there's 4 people who are not able to vote and we need to add those votes manually. Are you seeing? Okay.
Natalie, can you do a screen share of the proposal?
Yeah, sorry, there.
Or can you tell me where I can find it and I'll do the screen share of it? I can't
It's
find
linked
it.
to the
There it
agenda.
is.
It's linked to the agenda.
Okay.
We can all see it now.
Can we move the poll over because it's obscuring, at least for me? Ah, I can. Okay.
Susan had something that she wanted to share in the chat. Who is monitoring the chat?
Georgia.
I'm monitoring the chat and
Georgia.
George, there's several of us.
Yeah, so I'm seeing so I see a message from Susan who says that she wanted to share something.
So Suzia, you have the floor. Unmute yourself and you can address us. Thank you.
So Susie, you have to click unmute to speak.
Okay, so the poll, can you please make sure to vote? 13 out of 28 persons have voted.
It would not let me unmute myself at first. Do I have
Ah.
the floor?
We hear you.
Okay, good. I want to say that this thing has been a long time coming. And, you know, I'm certainly someone who was on the national committee that did not follow these guidelines. So I'm glad they're here. I'm a little concerned about paragraph 3, but I guess if you guys have already agreed to it, I mean, I think that if the representative is acting outside of agreed upon guidelines, can go all the way to any further continued violation without going into this other stuff, which clearly looks like a history. But anyway, your business, not mine. I just had that thought.
Yeah, there was quite a long discussion in January. Okay, can you please vote? 14 out of 28 people voted. We need the people because I'm going to close the poll at the 5-minute mark unless somebody requests additional time.
Is there such a thing as a stand aside?
Yes.
Because that's where I stand with this.
Just don't vote.
Okay, thanks.
And again, we need to add 4 votes, which are the hosts who cannot vote, okay?
George votes yes.
I vote yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we have 4 more yes votes. So there's 1 more minute. If there is anybody, you don't see the poll, Jana? It should be, oh, the poll. You should have received it.
You have to click the little icon above. It says poll in progress. Jana, you may need to, it's kind of small at the top of your screen to bring the poll forward.
Okay. So I'm going to, so 22 out of 28 people voted. 12 plus 4, that's 16 in favor, 10 against. So this passed. Emma, are you keeping track of the notes? Are you doing notes?
Yes, yes, I'm doing notes, yes.
Okay. So there is 16 to 10, so this passes and it becomes section F10. Okay, so now I'm going to unshare so I can do the next poll, but there is the guidelines for moderators on social media. And the background of this is there's been a lot of name calling, insults, and unprofessional behavior on both social media and list servers. And this is a guideline for moderators. Oh, you know what? The guideline is not listed. So let me pull the guidelines up so we can look them over. And Charles, please take over from here. Let me create the poll and I'll put the the guidelines up.
Okay, just a moment.
I'm going to stop the sharing. Emma, you want to share your screen?
Sure.
You have the agenda. Okay, so I'm going to.
Yeah, we need the guidelines up.
Yeah, and I'll bring the guidelines in a second. Just a second.
Oops.
Oops.
Okay, there's no way I can keep up with the chat.
Charles, I'm pretty much dedicated to it, so
Okay,
I'm
let us know if there's something. Okay, now, in order to discuss the guidelines, we need to see them.
Natalie's gonna get them. She's
Yeah,
looking
just
for
a
them.
second. I'm trying to find it.
Adjust the camera.
Oh, where is my thing? Okay, share screen. Okay, I'm going to share the screen. This is these are the guidelines, okay?
There's a point of order. I apologize for interrupting. Mr. Nolan, for a constitutional change, is it required to have 2/3 majority of the vote?
this
I
constitutional
don't.
bylaw.
Is that a question?
Yeah, because people are talking in the chat that F10, which is agenda number 2, requires 2/3 majority, which didn't happen, so it didn't pass. So someone can verify that.
They were stand asides.
Still, 2/3 majority means 2/3 majority.
Did you count the votes of those who weren't able to vote on the poll, Natalie?
Excuse me?
Did you count the votes of those unable to vote on the poll, like me and Emma and
Yeah, so that was 16, was it? 16 to 10.
So that's not 2/3.
That's a majority.
yeah, I don't understand that there's any 2/3 requirement.
Yeah, can someone verify it before doing
Yeah.
anything?
So it was a change to the party constitution,
Other than a bylaw?
section F10 of what?
Of the bylaws.
So it's a bylaw change. I don't
In
Don't
any
think
case. Mhm.
So I can see in the chat that Dan, I put down the constitution. It reads this constitution may be amended by 2/3 active approval cast supporting members at the convention.
It's not a constitution by Abraham, it's a bylaw.
And is the bylaw required by the same vote or not?
Let me
Oliver
just,
says yes. Can someone verify that?
yeah, let me just go into the,
Blair says bylaws can be amended by a majority. Since Blair helped to write the original constitution, I'm going to take his word for it.
Well, Dan is quoting the same text, 2/3 majority. Can someone verify it?
Blair Bobier just verified it. He said it was a
He didn't
majority.
cite the quotation.
oh my
Dan did.
goodness. You're being obstructionist,
Yeah,
Ibrahim.
yeah.
No, you're violating the bylaws.
No, we're not.
Amending
violating
the
bylaws.
constitutions and bylaws. Okay, here, let me just share.
We're talking about something else. This motion already passed.
Yeah, we should make sure that it really passed.
Blair, if you have it handy, I just, my eyes
Go
are.
ahead, Blair. Blair Bobby. Blair, I'm going to put you on.
It's A1C.
There, Blair, if you can unmute yourself, you have the floor.
Sure. Thank you. So it is, okay, so I just want to see the citation. I know that the Constitution requires 2/3. I'm a little upset because people are accusing me of things. If I'm not finding things immediately, my apologies. But if it's in the bylaws, and apparently it's A1C, I'll have to look at it. If it requires 2/3, then it requires 2/3. The vote that we had did not appear to satisfy that. I honestly don't remember how we treat abstentions and how they're treated. Seth Woolley, who's not here, has often been the elections administrator, and I don't know how we treat abstentions in the overall vote. Based on just the basic numbers here, that proposal didn't pass because I think it's 17 that would have required 2/3. So that's what I will say. I will jump off, and I would just ask everyone to give each other the benefit of the doubt, and let's shoot for civility here and just focus on the issues. Thank you.
So there is a, can you, let me just look to see for absentee voting, because I know that absentee, for when vote will be taken using votes taken. So the state coordinating committee shall establish procedures for when and how a convention vote will be taken using absentee ballots. Brian is offering to call Seth to see how he would vote on that, because he mentioned that he wanted to participate. So let's move to the next. Agenda, which is this PGP guidelines of moderator guidelines and rules of conduct.
Ken needs to be able to speak, folks. He needs to be unmuted.
Well, you're a host.
Ken? Okay.
I'm so
Did you
damn
say
busy
Ken?
with the chat. I am not hosting. Ken Adams, please unmute him so he may speak.
Okay. All right. Okay, Ken.
I didn't hear the question. Could somebody repeat the question, George?
Oh, Justin just came in, so we have an additional member on the so he can vote on the item, and then that would solve it, right?
So someone was asking about Marvin Santos being a supporting member. I had asked the Lane County chapter to provide me with a list. They did not. And Marvin claimed that he has been a member since February of 2020. That's inaccurate, because when I was tasked to review people for the June convention, he was a member of the Libertarian Party at that point. Now, he may have reapplied as a Green Party member, but the Lane chapter did not provide his name, so I have no choice but to believe he is not a supporting member.
Did Marvin vote in the last item?
Probably.
Natalie, can you see?
Yes, he did. So I'm going, Justin Phillip just joined us. He's a supporting member. We've been doing work outside of the existing Lane County structure. We are hung up on this.
Well, let me interject here. We have more than 7 members in Lane County, including Marv. And yes, we did not submit the names, but you should have asked. We just posted them here in the chat that Brad Smith, Courtney Mora, and Marv are members in the Lane chapter. So,
And we, you know, Ibrahim, we have allowed him to vote because we're trying to be inclusive. Justin just joined us. He didn't get to vote on this proposal. Justin, this proposal that's showing on the screen was discussed in January in the Gresham Convention. There was broad consensus on approving it. The only thing that was missing is the section number. So we are submitting it at this convention for approval, and the vote is 16-10. There's no majority yet, but there are several people who are not participating yet, who didn't join the meeting yet, like yourself and Seth, who indicated they wanted to participate in the convention. So how would you
Natalie,
vote?
even if Justin votes, Natalie, even if Justin votes yes, it's still not going to meet the 66% threshold.
It will. Because it would bring it to 17-10, and I think Blair just calculated it to 1/3.
No, 17 divided by 27 is 64%.
By
Still not
16,
2/3.
By 17 into 10.
No, 17 divided by 27. You have to divide it by the total number of votes cast.
But yes, we have credentialed Justin then.
Even if you remove Marv Stans' vote, it still doesn't pass. It's still only 65%. If that's the threshold.
Okay, so let me
Yeah,
see.
2/3 would be 66 plus.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And
22,
besides,
22,
you already closed the
yeah,
you
22
already closed
people
the
voted. 22 people voted.
Yes, that's an objection. It was already closed.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm
Yeah.
going to repropose it again at the next convention.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to do some rewriting first.
Yeah, well, you know, this has been on the books for a whole year.
Yeah, true.
Yes, and it's
Uh,
usually my proposals that take a year and a half to be discussed and voted on. But that's okay. I'm going to propose it again at the next convention.
Thank you.
Okay, Oliver's on stack.
Okay, so we have next guidelines for moderators. These are the guidelines for moderators.
Okay, Oliver, you're unmuted.
Okay, what I see is the agenda. There it is. Okay.
I've been trying to get my voice in here for probably 15 minutes. It's been really clear that I've been asking to be stacked. I'm a delegate and have been for several years. I've been involved with National for over 10 years.
Oh my
and
goodness.
I think I have a voice.
Yeah.
And I certainly think that I've got a right to speak up with an objection on the proposal. So why did that happen? Why was I ignored for 15 minutes?
I see Dan on stack.
Because we don't have, because the moderators are swamped with messages on the chat. I don't think it was
It's just
malicious.
not,
Oliver.
it's not fair. It's not justice. It's not.
I'm sorry. I
democracy.
apologize on behalf of the
You
entire
know,
steering committee that you were not.
It's unbelievable. This happened at the last convention where my video was cut, my audio was cut. Everybody in this group has been muted, and we've been called names for absolutely no reason. We've been attacked. Like we are somehow, we don't have voices.
Okay.
And that's the objection here is this attack and aggression will not stand. It has to stop. It has to stop. We're not bad guys. We're not the enemies. We're active Pacific Green Party members. This issue here is that it is out of place. It contradicts the existing bylaws in Constitution, which says all delegates are decided at convention. If there's issues or rumors, slander, and character assassinations like I'm dealing with right now, then we have a chance to address that and talk about it. We don't have a small cluster of insiders, top down in centralized fashion, dictating by their opinion what some other member has done that's in error and needs to be disciplined outside of our party base and convention. So, you know, I appreciated Susie as speaking up, but this is a gag order on what we have as free speech as state elected delegates. And I've been under attack for absolutely no reason. I've been muted, gagged, attacked, and smeared, and it has to stop. But that is the main objection to this F10.
Vibe check.
Is
Oliver,
the F10 is an attempt.
Oliver, so I clearly hear you and that you're frustrated and that you feel like I'm just doing a vibe check here. What I would say is, first of all, you wanted to get on the stack, and was that why you wanted to get on the stack, to say what you just said?
Yes, I was addressing the F10, and everyone knows that that is targeted specifically at my voice for absolutely no reason. I've done no errors. First it was I wrote something wrong, and then it was I haven't wrote enough. It's absurd, and it's abuse. It's an attack on me, and I don't appreciate it.
Okay.
We need to stop with the attacks on Dan, on me, on Marv, on everyone else that doesn't march goose step with a couple people on an inner echelon. It's an attack on our free speech. It's unconstitutional.
Okay.
And it's not okay. That's the main reason F10 should not have been passed before, and it shouldn't be passed now. It violates the Constitution and bylaws of what we exist as. The delegates in CC are addressed at convention. Wait, who's going to say what someone else's behavior is wrong? We're going to have thought police? Because we've been having a lot of thought police.
Oliver, I'm just going to ask you, because in the interest of time, I hear
That's
you
fine.
again.
I'm done.
Right. So one thing I would ask all of us to do is to practice using I statements instead of language that's you, they, we, and speak for yourself and from your heart. And I hear you clearly. We do need to do, but I didn't know that was targeted to you. So not everyone did. I don't even remember if F10 passed. Can somebody speak to that or type it in the chat whether F10 passed or not? And then I want to return this to the moderator. And again, we'll try to do a better job of seeing when people are on stack. Let's clear the stack right now and give control back to the moderator.
I don't know how to clear the stack, but
well,
I mean, hold on. Let me finish my.
I'm sorry.
Please. Chuck and Blair are both on stack.
Okay.
That I can see.
Okay. Who was the first one? Sean?
Chuck Fall.
Okay. Chuck, briefly, please.
You need to.
Okay. So Oliver just got voted down. So you've been heard, and we're now clear that any bylaws to be passed, any guideline that is now the next thing on the agenda is the social media guideline. Anything that happens on this convention has to be passed by 2/3. It's evident to me that the 2/3 is not present in most of anything that's going to be presented here today around the bylaws, and that we ought to pick up on the notion that Mary Gedry put out a week or so ago, that there needs to be a special meeting to review all of the bylaws, hash through them, make a recommendation, and come back to the next convention for bylaws stuff, and just jump to what's really important, selecting a new group of SCC. But that's a food for thought that's my take on all of this.
Is that a motion, Chuck?
I guess I'm moving that this convention create an ad hoc committee to do bylaws review of the stuff Dan has proposed, that both Dans have proposed, the health stuff, the chapter stuff, I've got I want a government accountability stuff to be reviewed. And so
That'd be a
basically
platform.
a platform, yeah, for government accountability and whistleblower protections and so on. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. I pulled all of that. I've got media guidelines. I have rules that I think we need. And obviously, it'd be a waste of time to try to discuss, from what I can tell, anything responsibly and respectfully, given the strong positions, in that we just kind of dish this off into a ad hoc committee to come back to the next convention.
No,
This
not
would
at
be
the next, not at the next convention.
Well, whatever. I don't, you figure it out. I'm just telling you, we're wasting our fucking time by having these go arounds. So that's my food for thought.
I agree that we're wasting a lot of time.
Blair's on stack, and then Daniel,
And
Okay.
I'm on the stack too.
and then Nathalie.
I think I might have been on stack from way ago. I think we did this agenda item. We need to move on to whatever the next one is.
All right, Blair, thank you. Daniel Hoffe.
Yeah, you know, there has been a concerted effort to silence, mischaracterize, misrepresent the Lane Green chapter since I've been involved with it. And I'm seeing it from the same players. The very first act of disrespect that I saw since this started was from George Hutchinson. Yeah, right away, boom, instantly. And we defend ourselves when we're called aggressors. And this has been going on for at least a year, probably longer. And we've had our chapter media taken over. We've constantly been mischaracterized and misrepresented. And then we're accused of being the ones doing the slander. And no one has ever stopped to actually listen to what we have to say. And we're all claimed to be some kind of monolithic anti-science crowd that, you know, you guys just steamroll us in every meeting I've been to. And, you know, I'm sorry, we're angry and this is going to be settled. And we are not anti-science, not at all. Science is not some religion that we either believe in or we don't. You know, scientists don't even agree with each other. So you're just going to have to deal with that. I'm done.
Thank you, Daniel.
Nathalie.
I'm on the stack. So
Okay.
I would like to, this is not a bylaws change. This is a guideline and rules of conduct. So it can be approved by simple majority. And this is not against anybody, right? This is not against anybody. This is about being courteous, not disparaging posters, follow the emails rules of conduct. And this is also about accountability. And this has been discussed already before. It was passed by the State Coordinating Committee to be ratified at the convention. So this can be voted on today. And Daniel, I think that I had to send a letter of cease and desist to 2 members of the State Coordinating Committee because they keep on accusing me of being a liar, dishonest, et cetera, and it reached a point where it was affecting my reputation. So I don't think that we're maligning anyone, but there are some people
pretty maligned.
who engage in name calling.
I've been called a folkloric hippie by you. So
Whoever it is out
By
of
me?
order.
Can you?
yeah, by you.
Please get on the stack.
Vibe check, timeout. Come on.
Yes,
This
please.
is not appropriate. Not appropriate at all. Please use I statements and let's just stop accusing other people. We're here right now to deal with an agenda, and this is way off track.
On the stack are me and then Ibrahim. And I want to thank you very much, Brian, for what you just said. I haven't, I don't know that I've attacked anybody today. The only interruption I did was just as a point of information. I wasn't trying to be rude. I was accused of being rude. I'm the one that's trying to keep people on stack when they indicate it. Sometimes I'm a little behind. I apologize for that. Doing my best. There's a lot of information on stack right now. George out.
You attacked
Ibrahim-
Oliver the instant
Ibrahim-
you hopped on here.
I did not. I did.
I heard somebody just say, use a you statement, you attacked so-and-so. Please use I statements, and let's try to just cut each other some slack. If you hear something you're offended by or whatever, I statement, I think this, I feel this, I whatever, not you. Thank you.
Moderator,
So whenever like 2 or 3 or 4 people all start yelling at each other and making accusations, I'm gonna just mute everyone for a minute, because then the meeting's just getting totally out of control. It's very
Okay, thank you,
unprofessional.
Emma.
So
Um,
I'm sorry to do that, but when people just start
poor-
attacking each other so much.
So
It's poor timing, but at the moment I need a brief break. So
Mary's your co-host.
Mary is co-facilitator, and we still need to hopefully actually discuss that proposal. And actually, I'd like to be on the stack about that,
okay,
but I'll be
Charles,
back shortly.
Charles, can you hear me? Because I guess
Yes.
I was muted. I was on stack. Ibrahim was next, and then you. Was my thank you to Brian heard by all?
Yeah.
Okay, so my statement got heard before the muting happened. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ibrahim
Yeah.
is.
Ibrahim
I'll
is
be right
and then
back.
Charles when he comes back. Ibrahim?
I think we're discussing number 3 now, right? If that is correct, I think inside the guideline, there is a contradiction with the principles of decentralization, because these guidelines really try to moderate and micromanage the chapters, how the chapters will conduct themselves. So they want an SCC member to watch and monitor chapter and interfere in chapters activities. And again, this is against the decentralization that it is one of the principles of the Green Party. And also it sets up a precedent of top-down control of thoughts and policing, which we have seen in the past months. It is not hidden from most of you that this is what it was down to. So I block this agenda items because it contradicts principles and also bylaws.
Who's on the stack next?
Next stack is Charles. I also see Marv is on
Ken.
a stack and Ken is on a stack.
Okay,
and I'm on the stack too.
Charles?
I think Charles took a break. He's not there.
Oh, that's right, he did.
Let Ken go next then, or let Marv go next, and then Ken, and then Charles.
I'm on the stack too. I mean,
Yeah,
you need,
Nathalie, and then Nathalie.
Okay, Marv, unmute yourself. Thanks.
Okay. Hey, the problem continues. People telling other people what to do and not letting the grassroots democratic process work itself out. We're grown people. We don't need to be told what to do. We don't need to be unmuted. We don't need somebody managing everything we do. That is the basic problem. That's all we got. Thank you.
Okay, Ken, you're
Who's-
next.
Ken, you're on.
Yeah. Okay. So one of the problems that I've seen with, especially with the Lane chapter, is they're producing materials that are not accepted by most Green Party members. And I really think that what they are asking for is carte blanche to say whatever they want and have the rest of the Pacific Green Party have to answer for it. They don't usually use their names when they post things on there. They use them as admins, making it seem like it's coming from the Pacific Green Party. And if they want to say Lane Chapter, that's fine. But the whole party is being branded with their post. And I think this is a big problem. And since the Lane Chapter doesn't want to discuss any kind of moderation of what they're doing, I think this proposal is something that we need to pass. Thank you.
I think Natalie was next, Natalie, and then Ibrahim is after that.
So there is a big misconception about what's being proposed, Ibrahim. We're not telling people what to say. What we are, and this is guidelines for being courteous, making sure that volunteers and people in the grassroots are respected. Because we have received quite a lot of complaints from people in Lane County who were like shut down, booted out of the, pages or groups. And as a state coordinating committee, it is our responsibility to make sure that everybody in the state feels valued and has the opportunity to have input. This is not, so there's two things. The first thing is we're not telling locals what to do or what to say. We're making sure that people are courteous and respectful and not start calling each other liars, dishonest, squads, unhinged. These are all words that were used to qualify me. And so this is really about personal behavior, making sure that there's respectful personal behavior. The second thing is, this is for moderators and administrators who, because of their position, have a higher level of threshold to make sure that the environment that they host is inviting and respectful. And because we have received complaints about that, and make sure I'm not mentioning any names, but this is something very broad that is basically just common sense of respectful behavior. And that is something that the Pacific Green Party holds in its platform as part of the nonviolence pillar. So to say that this is a way to control and shut down a local, it is not. This is about agreeing on basic respect.
Okay.
And agreeing that people can disagree with us and that you're going to allow that disagreement on our pages and groups.
Thank you, Nathalie. Charles, you're next. Then Ibrahim, Dan, P, Suzia, or Stacks. Go ahead, Charles.
I'm next. Okay, one of my concerns when these guidelines were passed by the SEC was that it wasn't really properly SEC business. It is the business of the convention. And so apparently the SEC was voting to send it to the convention. I agree that these rules, I didn't think they were finished when they were proposed, but the problem I see is with admins posting as the institution rather than under their own names. So I think I consider this acceptable and fairly mild. And I guess I'm done.
All right, Emma says that Dan is on the list before Ibrahim. So Dan, I guess you're up.
I'm going to be quoting the text of that, so I'm requesting that there be a screen share so I can make these points plainly. May I make a screen share?
You can share.
Of
Okay, 1 second.
screen share of what, Dan?
Of the text of this proposal.
Oh, I see it. So I don't know.
It is up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is up.
Dan, do you, can you unmute yourself, Dan?
He can, yeah.
Just go to the next speaker, Charles, and we'll go back to Dan.
No, Dan's saying that he cannot unmute, so someone from
There, okay.
Okay, is that screen share up?
It is.
Yeah.
We see it, Dan. I don't know about you.
Okay, 1 second. Let me find where that is. Which one was it? Okay, here we go. I'm just going to parse through the language of this. This was passed back in, or drafted, it says, back in September. Starts with, it is recommended. Then we go on to here, meanings must be publicized. Now we have this, all admins and moderators must read and sign the non-disclosure agreement. That is a big red flag right off the bat, because what is written by members and groups does not belong to the party. There is no basis whatsoever for the party to be asking members to sign an NDA. And I'm telling this convention right now that I'm going to register copyrights to everything I write and sue the party if it attempts to force me to sign an NDA. So I want you to start considering what actually belongs to the party and what actually belongs to the people. The bylaws already clearly delineate a very, very, very solid line between what is statewide business and what is local business. And they, just to boil it down, it's hands off. Even the convention can't really tell the SCC that it can interfere with local business unless it passes a bylaws revision that we have not passed. I'm done for now.
All right, looks like Ibrahim is next, if he wishes.
Well, I forgot what I wanted to say.
Okay, well, you can restack if it comes back to you. Suzia, you're next.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so I've been monitoring. Once I saw that there was a serious problem. And I'll have to say, aside from the fact that, as they've been criticized, they're a little bit on the libertarian side regarding the COVID thing and the different things we have to look at. But I feel like at this time in humanity, we need to be looking at things and we need to have these hard conversations. And if the Green Party becomes so sanitized that we can't have these discussions, I'll be disgusted. That's all.
All right, Chuck, you're up. Chuck Ball. Chuck Ball, are you ready? If not, let's go on to Marv and we'll come back to Chuck. Marv and Sanis.
You should unmute, Mr. Marvin.
Chuck, you need to unmute.
Okay, it just came. It just worked. Okay. So I'm back to, so basically, Natalie suggests that this could be passed by a majority vote. This is not a bylaws. This is just some kind of guideline. I don't know where it would sit, if it would be a business document, something from the, it'd be an official kind of declaration of kind of principles. It's not even that. So I'm going to go back to the original. We're not going to hash out. I think technically this should be a bylaws thing. I'll just tell you frankly, I'm I do want to run for the SCC. I am interested in media. I am interested in party discipline around our rhetoric, how we communicate. I don't think that a chapter has the freedom to, or the sovereignty to represent the PGP in any way they see fit. I accept the original provision in the Constitution that says the SCC gets say-so over how PGP is represented. There's debate about once you put on a chapter designation to PGP, then that's the sovereign freedom. That still doesn't give you the right to say whatever the hell you want. I think we should have had some dispute resolution method so that instead of Connor being sent in to take over a Facebook, he should have gone to a media committee to review a complaint. They would have advised SCC. SCC would make a decision. They could take it back to convention. There's been no process here. So it's all very clumsy and not appropriate. So again, I'm going to go back to anything that's of bylaw nature really should be sent to an ad hoc committee to hash all this out, develop processes, clear language around media, control of the brand and this kind of stuff.
All right, Chuck, Marv Sanis is next on the stack.
Hey, I want to add, for Ken Adams, I've posted on here my, I just posted it again. Please look at the chat and click on Secretary of State voter registration, and you will find Marvin Sanis's voter registration. So this is exactly the point. We do this value judgment with each other. Are you speaking right? Do you use the right language? Are you registered? How long have you been registered? We're a minor political party, and being here is qualifies you to be a Pacific Green Party member. If you're 18, registered Pacific Green, you have the full rights to participate at whatever level you can, your ability. So anyway, this value judging people, that's what's killing the party. We've gone from 10,300 when I began with 9/11 investigation to now to 8,000. Why are people leaving the party? Because they come here and they're value judged. Thank you. Ken, is Marvin registered green? Okay, well, I guess he can't click on it. Okay, thanks. That's all I got.
So Ken's duty here is to verify who is registered Pacific Green and who is a noted contributing member. And it is contributing members that only contributing members can vote for party officers and changes in bylaws and constitution. That's what Ken's job is, Art and others who are wondering. Next, I don't know if there is anybody next on the stack. Let's move on with the agenda.
I have
Mary's on the stack.
All right, Mary.
So getting, am I on? Yeah. So getting back to this, these proposed guidelines, you know, the bylaws are not, I think the intent of the bylaws was not to allow any one individual party to, quote, damage the image, brand, whatever, of the statewide party, any individual chapter to damage the statewide party's positions. But getting to a couple of specific items, I'm not sure what the purpose of a non-disclosure agreement is, but I do agree that all admins and moderators should agree to certain guidelines, which is what we're attempting to accomplish here. And, you know, the rights are something you can always add rights, but you can't take rights away, which means that you cannot add a right that infringes on existing rights. And the old axiom, you can't swing your arms freely, or you can swing your arms freely until you hit somebody in the nose, and then you've exceeded your space. So I don't know why a non-disclosure agreement is required, but I do think that all admins / moderators should agree to a code of conduct, and that, you know, this particular document is attempting to reach that. And I do think that it's important for people to recognize when they're posting their opinions, that they, I'm speaking about admins and moderators, if they're posting opinions, they just post it as themselves, the individual, and not as a party representative. And you know, it's basically pretty simple. I know personally in my own experience with the community rights work that I do, I've had people tag me on posts made to other organizations, asking me, do you believe this shit? And I had nothing to do with that organization, that post. So I know personally that the party can be associated with opinions, and that's why I think it's important to make that delineation. And that's really all anybody's been asking for from the beginning since I've been here. And I haven't been here forever, obviously, but I don't know why some people object to just making that simple distinction. And we do really need to get moving on. It's almost noon and we aren't anywhere near where we should be.
Mary, someone sent me a text that comes from me to me, which is really weird. It says we need to close the discussion and go to a vote.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I've been on the stack for a while. Justin Phillip, who has not spoken, was on the stack for a while as well.
Nothing, I'm trying to talk. Justin is on stack, Dan is on stack, and I didn't see you on stack, but you're sitting.
Okay.
Justin.
George, Mary and Charles are actually the hosts, so they can close the stack at any time they choose to as hosts.
Okay, well, anyway, Justin has been on stack for a while. Natalie said she has been. I know Dan is on stack, so that's what I know. Thank you.
Am I muted?
No.
No, we can hear you.
Okay.
Charles, Justin, are you going to close the stack because Jack's on too now?
Yeah, people have been on for a while. They should get to speak. But we are running out of time.
Okay, Justin's up. Justin, can you unmute yourself and speak?
Okay, somebody can please unmute Justin.
Okay, it wasn't allowing me to unmute myself. I don't want to hold things up. I know we have to keep this moving. Real quickly, I'll just share my experience. I am a Lane County resident. I am someone that's interested in joining, or not joining, I've been a member of the Green Party since on and off since Ralph Nader, but becoming more involved with the chapter. I can say that when I visit the page that represents my local group, some of the views expressed there do not represent my views. I feel like a criticism of the Green Party in general has been that we are a fringe group, and some of the stuff that I see posted there, I believe, only serves to further that perception of our group. What are our goals? Do we want to grow this party? Because I don't think the actions on social media are in support of growing the party. I think they tend to turn people away. And when people I've seen, including myself, have made comments in dissension to the posts, we're often challenged by, I would assume, are the moderators. Are you even a registered green? Some of the other things I've heard are, have you even volunteered? Even though I signed up to volunteer on the website some months ago, no one ever reached out to me. So I don't even know what volunteering would entail because no one's ever responded to me about this. So I'll cut myself off, but I think we just need to step back and ask ourselves what our goals are. I do agree that we need some sort of consensus around social media and how it's used and how the party represents itself to the general public. It's definitely a concern of mine, and I yield my time back. Thank you.
Continuing the stack, it would be Dan, Nathalie, and Jack.
And then at some point, should we close the stack?
Yes, please.
Yes, I think we better.
And
absolutely.
I have a poll ready to vote on this whenever we're ready to vote on these guidelines. Okay, Dan, go ahead.
Just to reiterate, even if this passes, it's not going to be something enforceable because it's just going to be a convention voting on something that it really takes a bylaw, as Chuck was saying, to overturn, because this line is clearly drawn between what the FCC is in charge of and what locals are in charge of. Now, as for what Justin just said, he has commented on our social media a very few times, and he's been in contact with us. He could come to our meetings if he likes. We're willing to engage with him. But when you approach somebody by calling them fringe and simply telling them they're wrong, well, I'm trying to avoid using a you statement here, but Justin, that's really not how the Green Party is designed to work. We're supposed to be engaging in honest discussion and seeking consensus. So again, I oppose this proposal, and I believe much of it is unenforceable, and the part about the NDAs is actually illegal, and I do not think that we should pass it. And that's my opinion. I'm done.
Tom on the stack. So non-disclosure agreements are very standard. They are basically, I'm going to put that, I'm going to share the ones that are current now that may need to be revised. But they're basically, don't share email addresses, donation histories, or anything that's confidential information. When you become a moderator or you become an administrator and have access to the information from the Pacific Green Party, that information remains Pacific Green Party information and should not be disseminated or used in other ways. And so these are basically very standard agreements that are signed by people who are given access to confidential and sensitive information, electronic information. And so this is just very standard, and it is our legal responsibility to make sure that our information is not misused. So the guidelines, again, are really about being courteous, not disparaging, not posting controversial issues that are not supported by the larger PGP as the PGP position. And so it really, you are able to post on your pages, on your groups, but not as a PGP, if that's not the position of the PGP, or if there is controversy. That's the whole point. And there is a part of courtesy. So, when as the introduction to the group, we have, well, I'm sorry, some of these posts ruin your day. If that's the case, get a life coach. That's not inviting. That's posted as the introduction to the Lane County Facebook group. Like, you don't like what we say, get a life coach. I think that that's extremely disrespectful. And it doesn't invite party growth or participation by anybody who may remotely disagree with the postings of the group. That's what these guidelines are set up to do. It's just to maintain that respect and invitation for dialogue. This is a guideline. It doesn't necessarily need to be a bylaw. It's just there are guidelines, rules of conduct that are common sense and should be common sense. And the moderators and administrators should agree to be courteous, not disparaging, and follow these courtesy basic rules. So I have the poll ready. You know, whenever Charles or the says that this is a closed thing, we can go for a vote.
Okay. How are we on the stack, George?
The people who haven't been recognized on the stack are Jack. I can't remember whether Dan was on the stack that I haven't crossed out.
Couldn't hear the last bit.
Jack and P.
Okay.
And Ibra also is on the stack. So
You guys, we could go on with stack all day. We really need to, we still have lots of stuff to do and we have to vote on SCC members.
Yeah, I'm worried because Jack hasn't been heard from.
Okay, Jack is unmuted. Jack?
Briefly, please, Jack.
Well, I'm supposed to be brief, but nobody else has been, so I'll try to be brief. I've been sitting here for 2 hours, so I wanted to comment on several things. I want to reinforce Marv's point about, and this all has to do with the general theme of courtesy and how do you define courtesy? There's no greater discourtesy than censorship. That's absolute discourtesy. And also, so much of this this written material here has this very parental tone with words like should and must and conforming with the majority opinion of the Green Party, whatever that might be. That's not our position. That's not our role at all. We're supposed to be outsiders. If we're categorized as fringe, well, that's a good thing. That means that the propaganda machine is threatened by what we're saying, and they resort to this kind of name calling. Okay. The second point is this idea of intellectual property that first came up. You know, anything that I write on a Facebook page is my intellectual property. It doesn't belong to the Green Party or anybody else. So, and much of what I do post on this Facebook page and lots of other places, and I sent a very long piece just last night to the discussion list, has to do with this whole COVID thing, which is what the whole controversy has been about. And I'm really tired of hearing the word science bandied about by people who obviously don't read any of it. You know, when this thing first broke 9 months ago, I immediately smelled a rat. And I have a weekly radio program of an hour. And since then, for 9 months now, 4 times a month, I have been devoting at least half of my program to this COVID thing. And I've been playing the audio from many, many YouTube videos by people who actually know what they're talking about. Now, I happen to have been an NIH-funded scientist for 15 years myself. I know how to read science. I understand science. And the science, all the studies, and I've posted these things on and on and on. The science does not support the mainstream narrative, the narrative that comes from Tony Fauci and Robert Redfield and so forth. And the consequences of this have been horrendous. And
we need to stay on topic, please.
The censorship of this is a clue in itself. Everything that's put up on YouTube that is corrective of the assertions by the deep state, by the government agencies, the public health agencies. that
Okay, let's move on.
that
We're off
are
topic, so
immediately
let's move
censored
to a
and
vote.
actually taken down. And this is something that we should be paying attention to. We should
Can we
be
just put
challenging
up
all
the
this.
vote in
Question.
the
We should be
meantime?
supporting
Emma, can you block
the
that, please?
thousands and thousands of people who are questioning
Thank you.
this. We should not be marching in lockstep with the Republican and Democratic parties and the government so-called.
Thank you, Emma. Okay.
I just want to do a vibe check and a process check a second, because I just want to say that what I just saw, this is just my own feelings, is somebody was speaking, and I do believe he went on and had made his point and gone on, but then somebody else interrupted and said, hey, can you take control of the mic and all this? So it would be good if we, when we do get the mic and have our chance to speak, if we could make our points succinctly. And two, let's listen and be respectful, let the moderator moderate.
Brian, that was the moderator who was speaking.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, Mary, you're a moderator?
Yes.
Okay, then that's fine, and I appreciate that, Mary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we closing the discussion, or are we going to allow Ebert?
Yes, I think it's time to close the discussion. I would jump in here and say that I definitely believe that this is an important document to bring forward. Managing social media is not an unheard of thing, but I feel like there needs to be some revision made to this before we vote on. That's my opinion. But I won't block a vote on it at this time. I'm done. So do we have a motion to vote on this item, or do we want to revise it and bring it forward later, or what do we want to do?
Well, I apologize. I was on the stack before you closed and you didn't let me speak.
You've already gotten to speak.
Okay, let him speak. And we
So
come
the
back after Ibrahim.
Well, anyhow, I hear your concern. I know the LAM chapter is really talking about things that are not mainstream, and you don't want to be associated with. You don't want that picture to be really extended to your perspective and ideas. This is a problem. And do we need to solve it? Yes. Anyhow, that doesn't mean that you want to police what we say. There should be a middle solution, a moderate solution between what you want to be associated with and what we want to talk about. At the same time, we want to talk about things that you don't like. So what's the solution? The solution cannot be censorship. So let's find out. Let's try to figure out the solution there. And the idea of decentralization, it is very helpful. You can explain to the people that we don't have a party position. This is very helpful. And anyhow, I this discussion is really good. But voting on this, since it is not a bylaw, not a constitutional amendment or something. So what are we doing? Why do we want to talk about this particular agenda item?
So the question before the convention at this time is, do we want to move forward with a vote? Do we have a motion to move forward with a vote?
Yes, Blair has called the question on chat, and I will.
Okay.
And George will second.
Okay, so I'm launching the poll.
Thank you.
And remember that there's 4 people whose vote need to be added to the poll because they cannot vote on the poll.
And how much time do people have to vote?
I'm giving it, it should be pretty quick now. Somewhere in the Zoom, if you make that window somewhere, there's going to be a poll or a question to vote.
Point of order, a supporting member has joined the call, Courtney Scott,
She's been there for quite a while.
for a few minutes. Yes, I just wanted to make sure you knew.
Yeah, this is being sent to everybody who's participating.
Mary Charles, could we move on to SCC voting next?
Yes.
We're already behind schedule.
Way behind. So this, even adding 3 or 4 votes to this, it is not going to have a 50% plus 1 vote. So it looks like we could go ahead and move on. Close
Okay.
it.
Can I just, okay, this is not going to pass. We're going to have to, Chuck is going to lead a committee to come up with some guidelines. In the meantime, I'm going to request from everybody on this call that we stop saying this is an attack, this is a squad, this is censorship, that you're a liar, you're unhinged, you are dishonest, that we stop name calling. I mean, can we agree on that as a whole?
Yes.
Yes.
No, not censorship. Censorship is
Yeah.
discussing a
Yeah,
thing that,
we
yes,
already vote. Yeah, we already voted on this. Can we move on to the next agenda item, please?
Well, let's save the sexism thing for after lunch, and let's vote on new SEC members. Is everyone okay with that? Just since we're already way over schedule.
With the understanding that voting is the end of the process after those who wish to be on the SCC have a few minutes to introduce themselves. And I suggest we limit that to about 4 minutes per person.
we
So-
need to agree on the method of election.
No, we already have it set up. It's OPA vote.
The convention has the right to determine that.
Right, and that is that is
No, what?
instant runoff voting, which IRP or
Instant runoff voting is not used for multiple members, for,
Yes, it
for
can.
electing multiple candidates.
It can.
It's-
Yeah,
it is. It is not typically used.
You can
for
turn it
that,
up, it
and
won't, it doesn't work. It's not here.
we have not decided on the method of voting.
You can turn it up more.
This is,
This is.
Brian suggests we have this for 2-minute discussion for introductions of SCC candidates.
I think 2 minutes is adequate.
All right, so who did we want to have go first?
Hold on, let me just bring up it first. Let me just bring up the candidates who have applied, okay?
Yes.
Well, that's not a discussion about the voting method, Natalie. That's what Mary just.
Can we have
said.
that discussion after the candidates make their pitch?
Yes.
Well, I'd like to say that we have 4 candidates in Lane County. And I don't know if this time is allocated to introduce ourselves or not.
Let's have the candidates who have already taken the time to make their candidacy known to all of us speak, and then let's let the 4 Lane County people speak. Natalie, can you recognize the first of the announced candidates, please?
Hold on, let me just, I'm actually bringing up the survey.
So the candidates are, at least the ones who are announced so far, are Connor Salisbury, Matthew Uke, Brian Setzler, Bill Hayden, Michael Clary, Justin Flip, Timothy Daney, Emma Lugo, Natalie Paravinci, and Charles Fall.
How many positions are there?
4. and that's 10. And then with the Lane County people, I'm not sure if any of those were listed here. And if we include those, then there's 14.
What Lane County people?
Ibrahim
Vote?
says there's 4 Lane County people. I'm not sure if they were included in the list.
They're not included, and there's 2 names here that are not supporting members as far as I'm concerned. Matthew Yook has not participated in anything that qualifies him as a supporting member. I don't know if he's really registered green here now or not. The second, Justin Phillip is not a supporting member too.
Yes, we have. So I can respond to that, Ibrahim.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. According to the bylaws, to credential someone to be a supporting membership, it needs to be through a chapter or an SCC member, and none of the SCC members credentialed him, and neither the chapter.
My understanding is that Matthew Yook has participated in several of our conventions. If that is incorrect.
Natalie Stack.
Go ahead, Natalie.
So Matthew, who is on the call, has been very active collecting signatures for star voting as a member of the Green Party.
He was Democrat
and
for a long time.
And the problem is that quite a lot of people do not feel comfortable with the current group and don't want to participate through the current group that's called Lane County. And I'm not making a judgment value. This is what we are getting as feedback. I think Matthew is on the call, as a matter of fact. But I know that, and I personally went and asked around, has he been volunteering? Has he been doing work? Because that's the definition of supporting member. Same thing with Justin. Him and I have been talking quite a lot separately outside of the Lane County chapter, just because there is a lot of discomfort with the group that's comprising the Lane County chapter. So Matthew, I don't know, do you want to speak?
Let's let everyone do their 2-minute introduction, and then we can determine, you know, I mean, that's how we're going to vote on them anyway, so we can determine.
Can somebody
Can I
please
get the
names from, can we get the names from Lane chapter who are running for SCC? Is that what I'm understanding? So I can add them to the
Ibrahim, can you just say them to me out loud, and I'll put them in the OPA vote?
Ibrahim?
Oh, we have Dan Polio, we have Daniel Hofe, we have Jana, and myself. And I think Susie is considering it. She's on the call if you can ask her about it.
Jane, is that Jana LeBaron?
Yes.
Okay. And you're doing Ibra now, yeah. Okay. All right, so I've got those, and Susie is the only one I don't have on the list right now. Susie, are you running?
She's muted.
Okay. I don't think Susie is on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Oh, there she is. Thank you. Susie, are you running? I'm sorry.
Oh, finally. Sorry about that, but I just couldn't get in. Yes, there's not enough female people represented here. So don't even bring it up to 50-50, but I'll totally throw my hat in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susie.
Welcome, Charles.
So that's 15 people running for the SCC.
But now I think Matthew and Justin, they just stated that they haven't been registered green for 3 months, in the past 3 months. So that does not qualify them to run for an SEC seat.
Excuse me?
Read the chat.
Thank you, Ibra. Could someone confirm that like just give a second confirmation of what Ibrahim just said, whether or not Matthew and Justin are qualified? Ibrahim has presented evidence saying that they're not. I'd just like one more.
No, they just stated on that they weren't registered green for 3 months.
Yeah, but they have been registered green. They are registered green now.
Yeah, it requires to be an SEC member to be at least 3 months registered green with the support.
You know what? Then Marvin is disqualified as well.
Marvin's not running. for
Yeah,
SEC.
but he shouldn't be able to vote. So we
No, he can vote, but he cannot run as an SEC. There's a
so
difference.
there is no requirement to, you know, for one thing, these are people who have supported the Green Party, who have registered Green, who have acted on the ground, registering Green Party members. I just registered another Green this week. You know, so these are people who are active on the ground, doing Green Party work, who it turns out do not get along with the group of 7 who comprises the Lane County chapter, but it doesn't mean that they're not active on the ground as a Green. And so we have qualified them as supporting members because we are inclusive.
Inclusivity doesn't apply here.
What proximity?
Yeah,
proximity, what are you saying?
Inclusivity doesn't apply here. Rules
It
apply.
does. It does.
No,
because
this
we
is
are
not
an
a rule, and you're talking about a rule.
Hang on, Ibra,
Hang on a minute.
process check. It's crosstalk here. We're not listening. Ibra, listen just a moment, please. Take time to listen. If you're going to look at the end of when somebody's speaking, maybe summarize what you think you heard them say, but listen to what they say and let them complete their thoughts on both sides. And let's not get into this back and forth. We're just trying to move forward with part of a meeting that's now another 20 minutes blown up, something that I think we all need to go to lunch. And I'll just step back and let the moderator take it again.
Oh, boy.
So can we just listen to everybody's introduction? And then while we're doing that, will someone take the time to review the bylaws and determine how long someone should have been a Green Party member before they can become an SEC member? So that way we're at least accomplishing something.
I suspect that Ibrahim is probably correct.
Well, can we confirm that?
Say it. Yeah.
I mean, all the time we're wasting arguing about it, we could at least be listening to everybody's introductions, and then at least we'll have something. So who would like to be the person who's going to check?
Somebody just posted it in chat.
Okay. So what does it say?
We should go ahead with the introductions.
So is that contiguous? Because some of these people have been members in the past.
You know, let me just bring it up. Basically, a supporting member is a registered Green Party member who has volunteered or donated money. And that is, the threshold is very low. Exactly, so that we can be volunteers. So let me just bring it up. It's in the bylaws, and you cannot see my screen, right? Let me just bring it up because it's in the bylaws.
Natalie, the whole discussion is moot. Our Constitution says you can't be on the SEC unless you've been a Green Party member for at least 3 months.
Yeah,
but does that mean it the preceding 3 months? Because some of these people were Green members for 2 years prior. So, I mean, does it have to be contiguous, I guess?
No,
I mean,
there is no time limit.
What?
No, it says at least 3 months prior to.
Yes,
So
at least,
that
but
means
it can be 6 months and then they're disaffected. They leave the local, but they're still green because they're still volunteering outside of the local.
So just.
no, it says for 3 months prior to.
let
It doesn't say discontiguous. It says 3
It doesn't
months.
say contiguous either.
So more creative interpretation going on here.
Natalie, let's just, we've already got 13 people. Let's, they can run it, they can run as alternates.
Here it is, right?
Justin and the other guy can
I've
be
been
alternates.
registered as a green since May, so that's not an issue for me.
Okay.
Yeah, so bylaws.
Okay,
That's
so
advisable.
Justin says he's been registered since May, so he's on. Who is the other one we were just, Ibri, who is the other one you were disputing? Matthew.
Matthew.
How long has Matthew been a registered green? Ibri says
Matthew?
less than 3 months, so.
Well, I don't know. I think he indicated something in the chat like that. He can answer.
He needs to introduce himself anyway.
He's put in the chat, he's been registered since the primary.
Yeah, a supporting member too?
Yes,
Yes, according to who?
he has been collecting signatures for star voting. He has been involved in the grant.
Okay, so it sounds like they both qualify. I mean, they both have been registered, and there's
volunteering.
Just the way that we have people vouching for them, saying that they're supporting members. Either people who were former SCC members or current SCC members or chapter members, like everyone's been vouched for, even though there's some objections.
No, not everyone. Natalie did without providing. Well, Matthew can talk for himself anyhow.
Yes, perhaps he needs to be unmuted.
Everybody's unmuted. Everyone
Okay.
can unmute themselves.
Charles, and all point of information, there is a second George Hutchinson now recognized online. That is my son Connor, who goes by Connor. His name is George Connor Hutchinson. And for school purposes, he has to have his legal first name on his emails with the school. So that's why it's going to appear that George Hutchinson is on there twice. One of them is my son, who has been registered green since February and was very active in Mike Beilstein's campaign for county commissioner. He was leafleting scores of hours overall over the several months before. Thank you. Hutchinson out.
Connor is now old enough to vote. Good.
Yeah.
Grief.
Yeah, as of last March.
I would recommend
Okay.
to the
Thank you, George.
facilitators that you move on to whatever next is.
Whatever's next is the introductions.
That's what
and if
we're
we-
waiting on. We're trying to get people to introduce themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, here he is.
I'd be happy to go first to get things out of the way, see how things sit and stand.
That'd be awesome, Matthew. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about that. Seems like a lot of discussion and a lot of things I've only been reading tertiarily through steering committee email lists and following different things politically locally. So yeah, I mean, I don't know where to begin, right? Like, started voting in 2000, went Democrat like my mom, but the election left me really bitter. So I didn't know what to do. I recognized that the dual party system that was just replicating itself wasn't the way to go. So I switched green for a long time. But then I saw Working Families Party come together, which I thought was a great way to try to unite some of those forces on Main Street and the ground, so that we could see commonalities against some of the oppressive oligarchic forces that kind of crush us. In that time, I was also a board member for Augsburg, where I met Steve Candy, which was phenomenal. I understand too that he was one of the founding members of the Pacific Green Party. And so we had a lot of discussions about even the hybrid endorsement that he helped promote to try to get third-party recognition. And so I've been a fan of breaking out of the idea that these two parties represent everything that we have been forced to accept. And so, yeah, I mean, the Green Party was the obvious one. I had started a recycling club in 4th grade, helped out with the special ed kids in grade school, and was on the housing and homelessness advocacy committee and the steering member at Lane Community College, where I saw a lot of intersections between the economic strife that even folks who might not have the capacity or education to understand other folks' traumas and struggles meet. It's Lane Community College, right? Like, how representative is that of Lane community and trying to organize in that of varying viewpoints? Most recently, I did try running for mayor here in Eugene on a platform of well, it was a long platform, which is bad because you need effective, angsty sound bites, it seems. Like, Kitty Piercy won on potholes. What? And so I was definitely promoting a lot of Green Party ideals then, just because they're what I resonate with. One of the main things I really want to push for is some Keynesian flexing of economic models to help build anarcho-syndicalists. So that way we can start taking control of what we need to produce things. As that, I've volunteered for the We Count Oregon, which was, I think, something very important, making sure that people are counted in the census, especially as a political party, making sure that we get proper representation, remove hurdles and barriers for participation. And yeah, it was pretty rad training. And yeah, of course, star voting, I got that everywhere. It's pretty exciting. I mean, any type of non-winner take all, like plurality, is something I'm for. So the ranked choice voting that y'all are pushing that got rocked in Maine, like, sweet. I mean, if that's a middle step, if you will, I do feel that star voting is more.
Well, can't hear you.
Sorry, yeah. And then also Oregon People's Rebate and collecting signatures for this Drew Antonio, which I believe I heard y'all mention. Working on my second batch to mail back. Also, I did promote a lot of Green Party candidates and oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I'm probably over time. Democracy, power to the people. I helped found the We the People here in Eugene that was organized around Citizens United to decry the corporate personhood and unmitigated finances that they could start doing with dark monies, which I believe is something that y'all Greens are very down with. Yeah, with Occupier. And yeah, I think my Facebook page, youformayor.com, still has a lot of my platform and issues that I support on Facebook. And so for more information, I guess. Not that I'm platforming for mayor because that shit's over, but
I want to just do a process check with the moderator a second. Are we doing 2 minutes per person or 4 minutes? Because we have 14 people, and that's the difference between 30 minutes and an hour on just introductions.
We actually have 15 people.
Okay. Well, it's a difference between a half hour and an hour. And I think you can say a lot in 2 minutes. But and is somebody monitoring the time so we stick to this?
Who's timekeeper?
And
Yes,
time.
I thought we were under 4 minutes, so I have reset that to 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ken.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Matthew.
How about you, Justin? You're next on the ballot list here. Justin?
Everyone is set for unmute, so they just have to unmute themselves.
Okay, do we want? Oh, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Brian Setzler. I've been a member of the Pacific Green Party since before we were officially on the ballot. I helped collect over 10,000 signatures in our initial fundraising drive. I've been registered continuously Pacific Green Party since we were founded. Never changed my ballot registration. I'm a diehard Green. I volunteer in lots of ways for the Green Party. I eat, live, breathe being green. I have an MBA in sustainable business, and really what I want to bring to the party, also professionally, I am a certified public accountant. What I want to bring to the party is leadership and some just new ways of moving forward. I have lived in I've been involved in communities in the past, and been involved and studied how, you know, organizations develop, create good processes and rules, and not really rules, but just ways, a culture, so that we move forward. We should be in agreement here. We should be able to handle a diversity of approaches. We should be able to be mature in these things and not let it turn into arguments and battles. That's really all I got to say. I'm really kind of done on that, but I've been a contributing member consistently for 30 years, and contribute every month and contribute to our candidates and contribute to all our campaigns. That's it.
Emma, do you want to go forward? We're still waiting on
Sure.
Justin.
My name's Emma. I'm the secretary right now of the Green Party. I just kind of want to move on with voting, so let's just go to the next person.
Oops, Justin, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Hey, I'm Justin Phillip. I'm here in Eugene, Oregon, and yeah, I've been a Green member, sort of on and off. You know, I tried to help the Democrats for a while, but I feel like that's not where my efforts are best placed. So that's why I decided to try to help the Green Party grow and gain influence. I would really like to see us expand our numbers. I think we've got the university here, and we've got a lot of young people that are interested in working outside the two major parties, and I think we need to bring them into the fold. I just appreciate Brian's words. I think we do. I would like to see this group just come together and communicate effectively so that we can set some goals and reach them. That's all I have. Thanks.
Excuse me, who was that?
That was Justin.
That was Justin Phillip.
Okay.
I would like to interject because Mr. Hayden has been trying to talk. And
You'll get a turn. You'll get a turn.
Connor Salisbury, are you up and ready? Is Connor here?
No, I don't think so. I think that Connor is George's son, Connor.
No, my son Connor is in as George Hutchinson.
Oh,
Yes.
then Connor is here.
Well, he's on the ballot, but is he on the,
There is a Connor online, and it is not my Connor.
okay. Connor, you're up. If you can unmute yourself and give us a little background.
I've sent them both requests to unmute.
Okay, well, while Connor's figuring that out, we can move on to Jana. Jana, are you ready?
Hi. Can I go after someone else?
Oh, I guess. Suzanne, off to hide.
Okay. I had a moment of not being able to unmute again. So for myself, as the Lane chapter called me, I'm old, I'm white, and I'm female. I've been on the SCC at least twice, I think. I was treasurer here for the Jackson County Pacific Green parties for quite a while. We don't have a chapter anymore. I'm not convinced that it has much to do with my ability as a treasurer, but maybe. I was also on the national committee. Most interested in being on the platform committee because I think that it's super important that we lead the way in medical freedom. I think we really need to take a stand in terms of getting more registered voters, a lot of people out there who are looking for a party that allows a super important issue. And it's from that place that I throw my hat into the ring. So thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Do we want to go back? Oh, I gotta.
Tim Daney's having a hell of a time signing on, so let's skip him until later.
Okay, I also got a text from Connor, and he said that his Zoom crashed and that he apparently is willing to withdraw his candidacy. He was just concerned that we wouldn't have enough applications or enough applicants. I did.
Going to withdraw as well.
We have.
Okay.
So that's a
Okay.
conditional. Is that please instruct me since I'm filling out OPA vote. Should I withdraw that or leave it in?
Well, I said we would be happy to vote for him if he wants to stay on and he has not responded. So I would leave him in, but I don't know, honestly.
Okay.
Oh, he's answering me now. But let's move on to, so Tim Dean is not able to get on right now?
Daney.
Okay.
Not able to get on.
Connor said to keep him on, leave him on. Okay.
Okay.
So that moves us down to Ibra, or do we want to go back to Jana? Is she ready to go?
Jana?
Jana LeBaron, is she ready? Okay, we'll wait while she's.
Chuck can speak now.
Okay, well then let's move down to Ibra
Sorry,
while we're.
there's trouble with it wouldn't unmute.
Oh.
I'll go after Ibra or someone else. I'll go later on. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Ibrahim.
Thank you. I think I don't want to go and talk about myself. This is not really a campaign like for an office. Most of you have worked with me in the past. Anyhow, I was an SCC member in the past year until I resigned after Mr. Charles Nolan resigned after we saw that we couldn't work with the rest of the SCC members who overrode 3 blocks in a 7 vote, 7 members vote, and they passed. So I resigned for that destructive mentality that was really controlling the SCC. Anyhow, what I would like to suggest that we look at the other 3 seats on the SCC too, because we have a lot of discussions and we need to discuss Lane County grievance, which will show the general membership, what happened for the SCC according to the rules that we have. I think it is an important thing before we go to a vote. Thank you.
Hey, Chuck Fall.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm on the list as Charles, and I think I'm capable of working with everyone. I wasn't present to what happened in Eugene, the Lane County group with the blow up over the social media thing. I am, as I've already said, I'm interested in an ad hoc media, an ad hoc bylaws committee to be formed. I think you know, all of the things that are being raised have merit and need to be reviewed critically and reasonably and rationally and clearly. And I think we need stronger language in our bylaws. So, and I don't believe that in complete sovereignty of chapters to do whatever they want. That's just kind of crazy to me. We have bylaws, we have values, we have things that we value. So the issue is going to be, you know, how does each chapter or local group that wants to be active in the green be fully self-expressed? And I'm very interested in engaging with people around that question and developing you know, guidelines for how do we use social media and how do we respond to disagreements. And so I've got some stuff worked out that I'd like to explore with the group in an ad hoc committee. And then I'd want to support the SEC to be effective in general. So that's what I stand for. And I've been involved for a long time, since the Nader days. I'm done.
Thank you, Chuck. I think we've heard from Brian Setzler already. Dan Puya.
Dan, you having trouble unmuting?
Okay, let's move on to Bill Hayden and we can come back to Dan. Bill Hayden.
I'm going to request that everybody who is going to be speaking to please be ready to speak when you are. You need to unmute yourself.
I think Dan said that he was having trouble unmuting, so I'm not sure why that is, but if Emma, when we call a name, could you make sure that they're able to unmute?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Hayden is again trying to talk.
I'm unmuted now. Can I go?
Yeah,
Sure.
you're next. Well, let's see if we can somebody
much
work on
time?
getting Bill unmuted.
2 minutes. 2 minutes,
2
Dan.
minutes. Okay, I was expecting 4 or 5. I'm Dan. I've been registered PGP since June 2016. I was appointed to the SCC in late summer 2018 after the resignation of Melissa Wright and elected to a 2-year term that December. As an SEC member, my focus has always been at doing my job as defined in the bylaws. I believe the SEC is clearly meant to serve as management and not political leadership. In a grassroots organization, it is essential to always be mindful of this. We're responsible in a statewide context for managing party finances, holding conventions, interpreting bylaws, representing party interests, appointing committees, and ensuring compliance with election laws. And our ability to assist to any local context should be and is strictly limited. I've thoroughly studied and analyzed the party documents and have directly authored many of their current provisions. The written foundation of our operations must be understood, respected, and applied judiciously if our organization is to grow. Unwritten traditions rooted in the memories of the dwindling supporting membership have led to dwindling overall membership. Our voter registration numbers have fallen drastically, and we must restore integrity to our process. I'm committed to that and have prepared new proposed document revisions to achieve this and revitalize our party. I'm humbly asking for a second term because I still believe this party has the potential to turn things around and start achieving significant things. I am also asking you to vote for Ibra, Daniel Hafe, Suzia, and Jana. Thank you.
Bill Hayden, you can speak now.
Yes, I can. Thank you. I wish to withdraw my nomination. I have been involved with Green Party for a number of years, and I attended several state conventions in Washington years ago, and I am confirmed once again that state level politics is not for me. I don't have the appetite. So thank you for your time, and please withdraw my name.
Thank you, Bill.
Mhm.
Daniel Hafe?
Yes, hi. My name is Daniel Hafe. I was the 2020 PGP candidate for Congress, Lane County District 4. I grew up in a fishing family, been commercial fishing for my entire life, and I've been an artist, and I work in healthcare now. Surprisingly, I got like 2,000 more votes than there are Green Party members in Oregon, and I was, I never thought I'd get more than about a dozen. I didn't collect a single cent in campaign contributions. I didn't use a penny of PGP resources. I credit most of the votes to the efforts of Dan Polyu and Ibrahim Tower. I'm sure I would never receive more than a dozen votes. It's possible some of the things I've written in defense of my principles helped, maybe. Lately, some members of the SEC have been using their positions to induce a lot of top-down control in defiance of PGP principles over communications by chapter and party members. The SEC doesn't have the authority to censor chapter media or members. Representing official statewide party positions is within the purview of the SEC, but their authority does not extend to local chapters and groups. While a chapter may display the PGP logo on its website and social media, it in no way should be construed that any discussion or messaging from chapter and group media is an attempt to speak for the entire party. Likewise, unless otherwise specified, it should be assumed that chapters are endorsed. It should not be assumed that chapters are endorsing or agreeing with the content or shared articles or on media posted under the name of the local chapter. Content's posted for discussion purposes. There are many members with admin status on chapter pages, and they don't all share the same opinions. Displaying the PGP logo doesn't give the state level leadership ownership of all content published on chapter media. I can't think of a good reason why the PGP needs to even have a firm position on some issues. We have agreement on principles already. So despite whether a chapter has members with whom the party leadership disagrees, it should not be assumed that an entire chapter is monolithic in their views. The SEC's role is to hold conventions and basically moderate debate, come to a consensus.
I'm going to.
Hey, you just hold up, I'm almost done. It should never be the role of the SEC to shut out members for holding controversial or unpopular views. Green Party members are all aware of the way the duopoly does things. These tactics shouldn't be emulated, and their narrative shouldn't be adopted. The SEC's role in the interpretation of bylaws is a bit of a gray area, hence the attempt to remove all ambiguity from the language of those bylaws. It should never be allowed to get creative with interpretations, especially when it's being done to muzzle voices of its membership. PGP is first and foremost a grassroots democratic organization, and all power should come from those roots. The SEC is supposed to represent party interests. These interests are clear for the most part. There's general agreement amongst most members, but there are issues that are. I'm almost done.
You're over time, so everyone gets the same amount of time. Let's move on. Right. Michael Clary. Michael Clary, are you ready?
I can't find Michael Clary on the Zoom call. Is he on?
No, I don't see him on either. I didn't see him on registering.
Okay, we've heard from Matthew Uke.
Jana, go ahead.
Jana, go ahead.
Jana, you ready?
Can you make sure she's able to unmute?
Did it work? Okay, finally.
Okay.
Well, I don't know where to start exactly, but I guess what was leading me down this path to the Green Party was studying organic farming and energy and society in college for a while. And I started to realize what was going on in the Democratic Party when they were saying they opposed things that they actually ended up voting for, like suppressing our right to know what was in our food. And then the 2016 happened. So, but anyway, so I started to learn a lot about the corporate government collusion in farming with the USDA and all these various quasi-governmental health agencies, etc. And I became very anti-corruption, and I oppose corporate financial influence in our health agencies and in our government. There should be no lobbying and with money changing hands to give the legislation the right to oppose what is good for the people. I oppose the use of money to censor us in the media and to own the media. I believe that the people are equal, and that includes men too. I really support equal rights for people to speak and to have democratic votes and to speak their mind and not be suppressed by financial interests. And a shout out for men. If we want equality for women, we need to treat men equally. We need to stop trying to marginalize men simply because they're men. As a mother of a boy and a sister of brothers, I think we're equal, and I don't want to be involved with. It doesn't actually do women any service to trying to insult men and try and disenfranchise them simply for being male. Anyway, there's so much to say. I think
you've hit your time limit, Jana. Thank you. And Natalie, I think you're next. And we also haven't heard from Connor.
Or Tim.
Or Tim, yes.
And can we allow Tim Daney to speak by telephone, since he is having a hell of a time downloading Zoom? He's out in the country and I don't think he has really good internet service.
I'm on now.
Okay.
Oh, you are good. Okay.
You made it, yay.
Okay, so I've been involved in Green Party politics for about 20 years. I was actually the first national secretary of the Green Party, and I helped bridge the gap between the ASGP and the GPUS way back. I took time off to take care of my family, and I'm back. When I came back, I was actually begged to run for the steering committee because there were some issues. And at the time I wasn't ready, but Alan Zendel so much pressed me that I went on. So I've been on the steering committee since, this is my second, for 2 terms. When I came on, the steering committee was not meeting, was barely meeting, didn't have processes. When we arrived at a convention, we barely circulated a sheet for people to sign up. The agenda was not set up. There were a lot of inconsistent, there was not really a good structure. This year alone, we have held successful campaigns skills share in the spring. We had a presidential convention that drew over 100 people and was very professionally run. Ibrahim did a great job moderating. Many people were involved. We also had in December a very successful gathering of allies where we recorded presentations that are now being posted on various websites, including the Honest Elections website. So I am helping put the party out in the best visible way. Over the past 2 years, I have received a lot of personal attacks, like the one that's posted here on your screens. And that's why I wanted to talk about sexism, because sexism, one of the problems with sexism is that the woman is blamed. There is a lot of, when the message is not, when you don't like the message, you attack the messenger. And so I've been attacked I've been called a liar, unhinged, dishonest, a squad, just all sorts of things. I don't reply to them, but it came to the point where I had to send a letter, a return receipt in September to cease and desist calling me names. That's why I think that it's really important that we put all of this behind us and that from now on,
that's time, Natalie.
with respect.
Time is
Natalie,
up.
that's time.
That's why I'm running.
Thank you. Tim, you're on now, so we can get you.
Well, I got to tell you, I joined so late. I don't know exactly what we're talking about, and all this other stuff keeps showing up on my screen.
You're introducing yourself and why you want to be an SEC officer, or whatever you would call it.
Okay. Well, I just put my name in for the purpose of being back on the SEC and trying to get a little bit of clarity to what the SEC is about and what the SEC needs to be doing exactly. That's good enough for me. I just thought I should be on the SEC, sort of kind of a neutral and level-headed person, I guess you'd say. I don't know. Anyway, I don't have a long speech. I didn't prepare. I didn't know what we were doing at the moment. So, okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Tim. So, Connor, and I just got a text from Connor, and he thinks he can jump on. So, and have we heard from? Yeah, we did.
We've heard
Connor?
from everyone except for Connor.
Okay, Connor, it's your turn.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes,
we all
Okay.
can. Yeah.
Okay. My name is Connor Salisbury. I've got a political science degree from the U of O. I've spent a fair amount of time in Eugene, so I understand Eugene and Portland urban issues. But I grew up in Coos County and saw the terrible neglect of the two-party system on our poor rural counties. And that includes people all across the political spectrum that I really want to help try to represent. In particular, I noticed the green debt that perpetually was kicked at, that can was kicked down the road by Salem with lakes like the 10 Mile Lakes in Coos County getting filled in with silt from the timber barons, and that not being fixed, and the cost coming onto nature and the people. So I'm a big supporter of community rights and voting reform. On this COVID controversy, I've done my best to be neutral to that end, though when there's a potential for people to be speaking in others' names without their consent, that's where I might take issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. So, Emma, do you want to explain how we go about voting?
Yeah,
since you're-
so as soon as we're done with whatever discussion there is, I'm going to click start voting, and you're going to get an email link to your unique email address. It's the address that you've provided to the Green Party,
Okay.
and it will give you the way to vote. It'll give you this ballot that you're seeing right in front of you, and you can choose, it'll be 4 people.
Okay, Dan has issued a block to voting because for some reason.
Yeah, this was decided by the SEC. It's already been set up through the work
So-
of Ken and people going through the supporting members list.
I guess in the event of a block, we need a brief poll to see whether everybody's ready to move forward, or is there just consensus to move forward?
Okay, let me create another. I'm gonna have to.
I think we need some discussion on what Dan's objection is, and even I have a question about this. This is not IRB, is it? This is
IRV. Yeah, the OPA vote is IRV.
But
And
it's just how does that work if you just pick 4? Maybe we need an explanation of how Opa vote works.
you're gonna pick up to you're gonna pick 4 choices. It's just like it says on your screen.
Yeah, I
Click
understand.
4 choices. You're gonna have 4 choices. That's it.
And the OPA vote has an algorithm so that it's going to rank the different candidates.
Yeah, the top 4
And
the
it's going
top
to
4
pick
candidates
top
will
4.
win. But this is our election, and it has to do with like everything with the party. Like the state coordinating committee basically does everything with the party. So I'm really concerned about having some sort of just really loose conversation about this. I mean, we've used OPA vote. We used it in the last election on Zoom. Everyone agreed to it. Dan actually ran OPA vote last time, so I'm not sure why he's objecting to it this time. But I don't know if like we should make the voting method something that we have a poll about. I don't know if I'm really comfortable with that. The SCC has already decided this, and I think the SCC has the authority to move forward with a vote.
Well, I'm inclined to agree with Emma. I, do we want to have any discussion? I mean, I think we've had invitations. If discussion is just to the point of, bad mouthing some of the candidates or something, I'm really not interested in that. And at the same time, if discussion is, thumbs up for the candidates, I'm not really interested in that either. I think we should just make our decisions and vote privately on OPA and go from there. But does anybody else?
Then we selected what OPA vote recommended for multiple candidates and multiple positions. So that's what we selected. We selected exactly what you're saying. We selected what OPA vote recommends. It must be single transfer of vote. Okay, here is a poll about using OPA vote.
I vote yes.
This is a fair. I mean, we've made sure to vet for all of the supporting members. They're all going to get an email. This is a fair method that the party has used before to conduct elections. And it's really important that we actually do vote on this in a way that we can like verify is fair to, an outside body, for instance, state. And OPA vote is a secure, we have all 14 candidates. Please show STV.
Yes, it is. It is STV. STV is a form of IRV.
Okay.
A technical point. Because of the screen share, I can't access my email.
Yeah,
So
just share the screen, whoever is sharing.
Okay.
Good, thank you. Tell me when you're sending it. Tell us when you're sending it.
I'm just waiting for discussion to close.
Yeah, but
I think we're ready for you to send, Emma. That's the sense I'm getting.
Can you confirm the type of voting that we're using? So I'm going to blah, blah.
So I'm going to click start voting. And then there's some time frame in which people can vote. So can I click start voting? Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, it's ready. So please check your emails.
If anybody does not receive the email for whatever reason, please let us know.
Yeah, if you don't receive an email, then we can do provisional ballots. a provisional ballot would be, we would need as a body to choose a person to receive it in the chat. And you would send
I
it as a
have not,
private message.
Marvin, I have not received the email.
Neither have I.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's gonna take, it's gonna take a
Neither have I.
while.
Neither has George, so.
I haven't either.
received one either.
What I suggest is for us to break for lunch and to come back after the vote.
How long is the vote open for, Emma?
I think until I click stop voting.
Oh, okay.
Most of us
Then
have not gotten this yet.
Yeah, we haven't, it's going through the internal process to send the messages and all of that.
Okay, I suggest then that we break for lunch, potty breaks, etc., and then you know, we can sit down at our leisure and vote. And when do we want to re-adjourn?
1:30.
It's 1:03 now, so 1:30. That works for me.
And we'll have to like review the agenda because several items were moved.
Shifted around. I think only the discussion on
sexism.
Sexism. So we can pick that up after the vote. Okie doke. See you all at 1:30, and hopefully we will have all gotten our emails by then. Thank you.
I'm pausing recording.
I'm not deleting it. It says, mine says, welcome to OptVote. We have low prices. Many elections are free. There's a support page. See our online documentation.
Can you do a search in your email?
Okay.
Election for SCC members.
FORSCC.
Election for FOR, and then SCC, and then members.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Well, can you look in your spam, please?
Yeah, just a second.
So I have a question. This is, we haven't started again. Since the Facebook page does not represent all of the Lane County Greens in there, I think that we should review who are the moderators on that page, because to have representation from a wider group of people in Lane County.
Natalie, I think that's going to be really distracting right now in the middle of voting.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to bring it up. I mean, we are not, none of us are awful people. This is the address.
But Natalie, we're just hosting the meeting. We really shouldn't.
Okay.
That's really taking advantage of.
Well, the meeting is
hosting
not in
privileges.
session yet.
I'm sorry. Is my name spelled B? I mean, it's like, I do not have an email. brian.setzler.cpa@gmail.com. I could give you a second email if that would help and try a different place, but I do not have an email in my thing.
Okay.
Should I
Just
send
a
it?
minute. Just hang on just a second, Brian. It says 3 or 4. Okay, Brian, give me your email address. Can you just say it, Brian?
Yeah, which one? Like the main one or the alternative one?
Whatever email for me to send you to vote.
Okay. Use this one, Brian, BRIAN, at Brian Setzler, SETZLER, CFO.com.
Brian, BRYAN.
Nope, BRIAN.
Okay. At BRIAN SETZLERCFO.com.
Correct.
Okay, that just got sent.
Okay, just
so
let me open up my thing and I will.
Give it 5 minutes.
Okay, I apologize and I'll see when it gets here.
are we back in session? I lost my audio for a little while.
Yeah, we're just waiting on one more vote from Brian Setzler.
Oh, okay.
So far, we've gotten 36 votes.
Okay.
So Brian, whenever you confirm that you voted, I'm going to click stop voting.
You can just, can you move on and just leave it open until I find it, and
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, I'm going to leave the voting window open until you've confirmed that you voted.
Thank you.
Okay, so do we want to jump ahead to the other topic then that we skipped over earlier? Talking about sexism while we wait for Brian?
Yes, and I can make it in 5 minutes.
Okay,
10
great.
Really
All right.
short.
All right, go ahead.
Is George can everybody back?
Well, we were supposed to be back by 1:30 and it's 1:41. Ken's there, I see Ken. And I see George's son, which is great. I don't see George.
Brian, did you get your email?
I have not got it yet. I keep refreshing and checking.
Okay.
Just give it 5 or 10 minutes.
You have, I think that you must have something that's blocking it.
No, Natalie, he said that his last email address wasn't an email address. So just give him 5 or 10 minutes.
So are you waiting specific? Oh, George is back, it looks like. Well, he's not sitting there, but his screen is up, so.
Brian then says that Brian disable extensions. So you must have something in your browser on the top right next to your picture that's disabling you getting some messages. There must be something that's blocking the emails from coming through if you haven't gotten that email by now.
So Dan, send me a chat what I should do, because privacy and security.
Do you have another browser? Like, do you have, which browser do you use?
I'm using Chrome right now.
Do you have Explorer?
Yeah, I could choose another browser.
Open another browser and go to your email. You might, it might be there. There's something blocking your email.
Okay, I'm back if I was being paged. This is George Hutchinson.
Yeah. And
we were definitely paging you, George.
Yeah, I
please
was
don't
actually on the
speak
phone.
into the mic because it makes a loud sound. Okay. So we're back. And one thing that I wanted to mention is that, and I'm going to be using this as just as an example, right? Oh, hold on, some people are coming back.
I got my ballot.
Yay.
Great. Okay.
I haven't voted yet, but I got my ballot. Just a second.
Natalie, why don't you go ahead and then we can get the results afterwards and go from there.
So I'm going to make it very brief. Like I had requested more time so we could talk more about it, but I'm going to make it very brief. And the party, there is a problem in the party in that we're turning away people. In the past 3 years, 5 women have resigned from the state coordinating committee, and all 5 have mentioned sexism as one of the reasons, as one or the main reason why they have left the party. And so I'm going to use this. This is used from a community organization in Quebec that works actually on inclusivity in community organizations. It's like a think tank. And there are basically 3 stages, and this is for a woman of color, so it overlaps racism over sexism, right? So, but the problem is the same. So first, everybody is great, very welcoming, and then the woman of color, or the woman, starts pointing to problems in the structure and policies and accountability, like, for example, having regular meetings, transparency, and things like that. And during that time, she starts getting microaggressions, like, you're a liar, you're unhinged, you know, name calling. I'm not saying the names to point fingers, but there is this immediate, like, if I'm bringing some accountability, hey, there needs to be some transparency, the reaction is, you're attacking me. Now you're against me, which is not. It's really pointing to problems, weaknesses in the organization that are off-putting to people of color or women. And so then eventually they're ignored, the woman is ignored or blamed, which is why some of the proposals that I make take over 1 year to go into convention. Like this, the proposal that was proposed in January of last year had already been debated by the time it got to the convention. And then it took a whole year to go back to the next convention. And then it's going to be pushed another time. But, and then there is this pitting of people against each other, people, women against each other. And this is a problem in the party. And so how does sexism and racism manifest? There are different ways in which they manifest. The first one is using aggressive language, like a squad, like you're attacking, you're censoring, you're, you know, all very aggressive, conflictive wording. And I'm not saying this again to point fingers, but to point at the problem itself. And so one way in which we can be more welcoming to women and to people of color, because at this point, there's no way I'm going to invite any of my Latino friends to participate. Because if we're going to be called names when we try to point to problems in the organization or being branded as the enemy, it is not welcoming. It is not welcoming to have on the page to say, you know, get a life coach if you don't like it. So we have to watch our word, our language, and not be accusing or presuming, and be always respectful to each other. The second thing is this thing called mansplaining, which is and I'm gonna, again, I'm using this as an example, but it's not finger pointing. Like you have people on this list who are experts in chronic infection, but when we talk about our expertise, we're being belittled and then explained over why a certain medication is going to work when it actually doesn't work and it's no longer being used. And so the reason I'm saying this, in sexism in particular, please do not put down the credentials or do not put down the suggestions of a Latino, Black, or woman. This is very off-putting. And the third, another way in which sexism and racism appears is in attribution. And that is when, you know, a person makes a proposal or is pushing a proposal or a committee, like for example, the communications committee, and nobody pays attention to it. It's kind of generally ignored until it is proposed by a man. And then it is then considered seriously. That's very typical of sexism and racism. And again, it's not to point names, but just moving forward, I want to make sure that we are aware of these things and that we treat each other with respect, and that when somebody proposes something, that it is not treated as the enemy, but taken into consideration with respect, and see how we can work with that. That's, I'm going to make it very brief. I wanted to mention that 5 women have left the steering committee. So this is an issue and it is a problem, and we can take it over and discuss it outside of the convention. But what I want to request from now going forward is to be respectful of each other, not to call names, not to assume that we're against or, you know, censoring or anything like that. And that's all. I'm not going to talk more about it. I just needed to bring it up because when 5 women resign in 3 years, it is very serious. And that was I was going to have more discussion, but we don't have the time.
All right, thank you. Emma, do we have the results?
Yeah, we do. I've posted it in the chat.
Okay.
And I've also posted the link to the OPA vote results you can take a look at.
Okay, so it looks like Emma, Suzia, Brian, and myself.
Natalie.
I'm going to take a picture of this so we can have it.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So when do we swear them in or indoctrinate them, or what happens next?
Today.
That's it. That was it.
That was it. We're done. Okay. Welcome, everyone.
Okay. So where are the 30? Where are there? Why are there 37 ballots? Then there are 37 ballots because Brian could not find his things, so we had to add him, send him an additional ballot. And the ballots, they are all on OPA vote. We can make that available to you. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So next item.
Right. So I just want to respond to Dan's point. The reason there were 37 votes is because the OPA vote was sent out to all supporting members, which was about 200 or so.
Okay. Okay, next on the item is
I'm going to unmute you, Dan.
Election of national representatives.
There you go, Dan, you're unmuted.
Oh,
Okay, well, if you will give me a minute, remote voting is not for election SC members.
Well, we
If
all
it is,
voted
we were not-
remotely.
Or if it is, we were not notified that it was going to happen.
Do you mean to say that certain supporting members should not vote?
Give me a minute.
I mean, we have absentee voting.
Every one of us voted remotely, Dan, including yourself.
Yes, but those aren't absentee ballots. I mean, there was no clarification that we were going to use absentee ballots for this. Not during any SCC call, not even before this vote happened.
This wasn't
So,
an absentee
just
ballot.
to make this clear, ballots were sent to people that are not on this call. Is that correct?
We don't know. There may have been people who logged in and logged off. Maybe they were busy.
Regardless, they're supporting members
certainly,
and they're entitled to vote.
But we didn't say that we were going to use that kind of voting for this convention. And that is completely against all transparency, not to mention that.
Then
that's your opinion.
It's also precedent. We have no precedent for having a convention just not even telling anyone that there's absentee ballots out there. Okay, we've never done that.
There's no absentee ballots.
How do we know that? There's 37 votes, and yet there's only 33 participants on the call, and some, like Mariah, are using multiple lines.
And
So
now there's
how did
only
that end up-
32.
Let me show you.
The numbers change throughout the day.
So this is a list of people who voted, and everybody in this list
Sent
participated
their
at some
email in
point.
before the call, right?
Excuse me?
Everyone that's on this, you sent the votes out to people that sent in their email, whether they're on the call or not. Is that correct?
We sent
we
it to
didn't all,
you want to know?
we
We
didn't all
also,
send, we didn't all send in emails here on this call. I mean, I didn't send you my email here. So I'd like to
but you
verify
got the
whether,
ballot.
I'm
But you got the
asking whether
ballot.
You're
I
unmuted,
got the
Charles.
ballot, but somebody else who was not on the call likely got a ballot as well. And I'd like to verify whether that happened because I had no idea that there was going to be absentee voting implemented here. And I think
It's not
It's not
absentee voting.
absentee voting.
as we did not, no one told it. When you're going to have an election, you got to say what the rules are and say who's going to be voting if you want to
I
call it a
think the
fair
rules have
election.
been transparent from the beginning. It's unfortunate that you weren't
We have
paying attention or you didn't understand. OPA vote, supporting voters, that's been supporting members, that's been stated ad nauseum
I'm
from
talking about the
before.
use. Look, please don't interrupt. I'm talking about the use of absentee ballots. Where was that made
There's
plain
no
to the voters?
There's no absentee ballots. Everybody's voting
I
absentee
don't.
ballot.
I don't believe that. I'd like to see it demonstrated that every email is from someone that was on this call. Otherwise, I won't consider this vote
Number
valid.
one, Natalie Stack.
Go, Nathalie.
We have the capacity to do absentee voting. Everybody who is a supporting member of the Green Party who donates time or donates money should be able to vote on their representation on the state coordinating committee. I do not see what the problem is that. We verified that everybody who received an email, and you can look at the list if you want, we will make the list available to you. But everybody who received an email was either certified by you guys here, like for example, Maura, who we didn't know existed, but we added her on good faith, right? We added Marvin because for some reason he was not on the list. We sent him the email. So we made a point to be inclusive and to give a vote to everybody who is a supporting member of the Green Party.
We also allowed late applications or, you know, I personally think that we shouldn't have been adding people to the list after the convention had already started. I think they should have declared their intentions in advance of the convention. But we've allowed that, and we allowed, you know, like Natalie just said, we out, you know, for people who didn't supply their list, even though that list was requested more than once prior to this, and it's unfortunate that the Lane County chapter ignored that or something. I don't know why, but we still added that back in. So we just, you know, the people have voted and spoken, and it's time for us to move on to the election of national representatives.
Stack. I'm talking about the absentee voting, which there is no precedent for us doing for SCC members.
They're not absentee.
There is no precedent, and
there
I
is
was
a
at every. Would you please not interrupt? This is important.
You're repeating yourself, Dan.
What I said has not been refuted. We had absentee voting that was not announced to anyone taking part in the election.
No, we did not have absentee voting.
Yes, there is.
It appears that we did. You know, we have to explain then why we have 37 ballots when we have 33 or fewer. I never saw 37 people on the call. I think it is likely that there were people voting who were not on this call, which means absentee voting.
Natalie Stack, yes.
Wasn't.
I can
Natalie, I've got you, but Charles is first.
Okay.
If we took, I'm not done. Okay, why am I being interrupted? I'm not done with this point. We took the emails early, so we don't know whether everyone that got an email to vote with has been on this call. We have never implemented absentee voting for an SCC election, and normally it's the people that show up to vote that vote. If you want an election to be considered honest and transparent, you have to tell people who the voters are. That's election transparency 101. That's why the voter rolls for Oregon are public. You can find, and why political parties can find out who voted and who didn't. So I would
Yeah.
like to know who voted and whether they're on this call. And I would like to know why it was not announced beforehand that there might be people voting who are not on the call, because I was at
I'm
every
on the stack.
STC meeting. I witnessed no
It
decision
has been
used.
announced a
Please
dozen
don't interrupt
times.
me. Please don't interrupt me.
Let's move on.
Please don't
Okay,
interrupt
yeah,
me.
no, I'm
Please
sorry,
don't
but we
interrupt me.
can.
I'm not hearing anyone refuting this point. Okay, this is
We
supposed to be
we've all
a debate.
refuted it, Dan.
No,
We've all refuted
this
it.
is supposed to be
We
a debate.
disagree.
Mary,
That's
hold on.
that's not refuting the point. You know, debate is how we resolve disagreements, and the point remains, the point stands that
Charles, I'm going to ask you to kind of, and Mary to facilitate, and I'm going to ask you to recognize anyone else who you would like to speak.
I've got to look at the stack.
People on stack were Charles and then Natalie.
Okay, Charles, please go ahead.
I just wanted to say that it's absentee balloting has been a party policy for a couple of years, I believe.
All right, right. Thank you. Natalie, you want to go next?
No, you have to unmute yourself.
There were absentee ballots. I see here, for example, Paul Looney and Andy Davis, who are longtime members of the Green Party, who knew there was a convention and could not attend. Blair Bobbier also just posted the pertinent bylaws that allow for absentee ballots at the convention. So there were absentee ballots. We verified that everybody who received the ballot was a supporting member of the Green Party, because we want to be inclusive. So then my question is, what is the problem about having absentee ballots if they are supporting members? Yes, Lonnie and Andy are supporting members, Ibrahim. It was not announced in advance because we didn't see the need to announce that there will be absentee ballots, because it's in our bylaws. We just wanted to make sure that everybody who is a supporting member receives it. So we make sure to have the most extensive, the most open, the most inclusive list of supporting members.
And actually, it has been announced.
Yeah.
It has been announced, because we said we were requested a list of supporting members. We've weeks back. And the purpose of getting those supporting members was so that they could vote. So it has been announced that these people would be voting.
And the vote is going to be taking place today at the convention. So they knew about this. I mean, I don't understand what the objection is. So we have 4 people who won. Some of us didn't want to be winning, but 4 of us won. So, okay, then go ahead. What's the objection?
Okay, just a minute. I have to unmute Dan. One moment, please.
I'm going to make a gesture to this. Okay, the rules. Everyone has to know the rules before you play the game.
Yeah, here are the bylaws.
We got people that would have voted absentee too if there had been any announcement whatsoever that absentee voting would be implemented. Simply asking for people's emails is not an announcement that it's going to be used for absentee voting. There's no indication that it's going to be anybody other than who's on the call. So the game for some people is to get people on the call so they can vote. And unbeknownst to them, the game for everyone else is just to find anyone who has an email who can vote from wherever. Okay, that is not fair, is it?
And we didn't go and call Andy to come on the call. We didn't call Paul Looney. We didn't call anybody. What we did is we announced very broadly on Facebook, emails, everywhere that there was going to be an election. We invited participation, and we included everybody who was able to participate. We did not get a list from Lane County Greens as to your supporting members. We added people at this convention that you guys wanted us to add. We really did our best. You guys didn't win the election because there is no support. And I'm really sorry about that. But we're going to include you in whatever we do. But don't assume that we're being, that we're being like doing something negative. This is the whole point of talking about sexism, is this assumption that we are wanting to be doing something negative, which we're not.
Stack.
On
Okay,
the stack
so
are Charles and then me, please.
I spoke already.
All right, so I'm having trouble typing anything into chat right now. I just want everybody to know, Paul Loney, for example, has been with the party since its inception, has been exceptionally active. And Dan, you even consulted with him just in the last month or 6 weeks. My son, for example, who came on for a while, he is pretty much disgusted by the what he sees as obstructive tenor of the discussion today. And folks, we're doing our best. And Dan, you can look at the email list. I know almost every email on there. I've seen them before in our postings, and many of them are clearly identified by name. A few of them that aren't. But you know, I only think 1 or 2 or 3 people at most voted who aren't literally attending this meeting. And I don't consider that absentee voters if they know who's running and they get an opportunity to vote, and they're members that have done a tremendous amount of work for our party. They're obviously contributing members. They should be able to vote. George out. I'm done.
Okay, I consider this matter closed. The vote has been taken, and let's move on to the next agenda item, which is election of national representatives. We need 1 delegate and 1 alternate who are up for election. I don't know who those are, or if that's been decided yet. And then a recall of a national delegate discussion. Who wants to lead this?
Are we going for nominations, or are we going for the discussion?
Well, it looks like there's a request for a recall in addition to apparently nominating a delegate and an alternate, unless those people have already applied or been named.
No, they need to be elected. And so there's an opening at this point.
There's who's stepping. So Michael Beilstein and myself were both nominated, I think, in the spring of 2019. So we'll be up in the spring of 2021. But that should be for the next convention.
So is this premature, is what you're saying, Emma?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so we can strike this?
I have a question about T. Oliver then.
Have all votes been vetted?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, well, I suggest we strike item 6 since we aren't making any would somebody let Suzanne know that all the voters have been vetted? Yes, they have, Suzanne.
Regarding the recall, okay, so Oliver, you're here on the call. I've made the motion to recall you, and honestly, the reason is just because you haven't voted in the last year since you were nominated to the national committee. You haven't voted, and you should be voting on national committee issues. And if you just make a pledge to vote and participate by voting as our representative, then I'll withdraw the motion.
Oliver, are you going to reply? Can you unmute Oliver? He's
always respectfully.
Yeah, no, somebody said something. First, it started out that I had said something in error, and this has just been a pattern of people making things up about me, saying that I took over a Twitter account.
Can you just respond to Emma's request?
Let him talk, please.
Well, he's not answering the question. Is he willing to vote and as a national
That's
delegate?
never been an issue. I'm also in a cred committee. I'm in a credential committee, and we've had several votes in there that I've been participating because they're trying to close states and toss people out of the national, and that's the exact opposite direction. Now, me not voting has not been an issue. What happens during campaign season, and Emma, please, you're very well educated in this. When the campaign season picks up, things slow down on items to be voted on. And I haven't missed, there's a vote, I think, right now about decertifying Alaska, which I will vote no, because these attacks on the states, it's destroying the National Green Party. And it's jeopardizing our state, to be honest. This infighting and attacks this is not some sexist language. This is what we've been in warfare on the national level. And many of us have PTSD from being in this state party and being attacked. So I don't appreciate it being called sexism when we're standing up for it. But I have no problem. I comment very, very little, but most of the action happens in chat rooms, in private groups, in this type of discussion. And then the AccredCom, which is all private in a separate committee that nobody except for the committee members are a part of. And as I've given you the debriefing of what's going on nationally. Now, this all happened before Howie Hawkins won the nomination, or ended up with the nomination, I would argue. Not a Howie Hawkins fan. And I've been very clear for years at convention that we have serious issues on the national level. Emma, you're very aware of it. The Lavender Caucus threw out Dario Hunter. And there's a picking off. Anybody that didn't march and snap frog marches, goose steps with the Howie Hawkins campaign is now got targets on their backs. There's people around Howie. There's people in high ranking level national positions. Emma, you're very aware of that.
I am, and you just pledged that you would vote on the Alaska thing. I appreciate that. That's all I needed to hear.
Emma, please. I mean, we should talk if you've got issues with me.
I just want you to vote. That's all. As a national delegate, I just want you to vote for.
It's never
national delegates.
Never been an issue. My role with the
It's fine. I withdraw my proposal.
I try to be a diplomat on the national level as much as possible. There's a couple of players that we have bad blood with, and it's just tearing the national apart. And I think you know exactly what it is, Emma. And I'm happy to vote. That's never an issue. That's never an issue. Most of the action on national happens in private chat rooms.
Thank you, Oliver. Okay, and Emma's withdrawn her motion for recall. So let's move on to item 7, future dates.
There were some people on the stack.
Well, since we've withdrawn that whole item, are they talking about that?
So that
or
that would be Nathalie, myself, and Marvin. And if Nathalie and Marvin want to withdraw, I will certainly withdraw also.
Okay.
Nathalie, are you okay with?
Also request again that we treat each other always respectfully at the national as well, and not assume that we're attacking, because that sort of language is very conflictive. That's my request as well.
All right, thank you, Natalie. Is that it? Can we move on? Okay, future dates. Who wants to lead that?
Actually, future date posted on the website. Hopefully that comes from the last convention.
Is that a March date, or have we moved it back a little bit?
Natalie Stack.
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
Nathalie.
I don't think that we decided on the specific dates for the spring convention. And that's something we need to decide today, the specific date for next convention, for the next two conventions, there is no date.
Okay. But I know the postings, what approximately when is it supposed to be?
So there was no discussion about it. There is, we talked about it on the steering committee a couple of times, and we also brought it up at the gathering of the allies, the convention that was held in December. Early in the convention, we mentioned that we needed to come up with dates. It's in our bylaws and in our constitution that every convention we need to set dates and locations for the next two conventions. The immediate one needs to be definitely set, and the other one needs to be kind of approximately set. So right now we don't have a specific date. I have suggested to hold a campaign skills share kind of around March, April. And the reason is because we are a political party that should be running campaigns. We need to focus on those and not on nitpicking about absentee voting. I'm sorry about that, but it's not about nitpick, it's not about minutia. There's huge issues that need to be addressed. We can also elect people. I'm planning to transform the Green Party into a major party by 2024. And so what I'm proposing, because there is special elections in May, is to hold a convention like in late March, early April, trying to make sure it doesn't coincide with spring break, so that we can actually do something for the special election campaigns and the campaigns at the end of the year.
So technical question, do we need to, are there campaigns, do we need to have a nominating convention for those campaigns in the fall, for those elections in the fall? I'm not up to date on that.
So
Does somebody know?
I think that's the May elections are local elections, so I'm not sure that we need a nominating convention. The list of positions has not been published by the Secretary of State yet. That's coming up in February, actually February, March. Kenny Kearns is doing that research. He has been a little bit unavailable lately, but he said that the Secretary of State and the locals have not made that list. We are working with the League of Women Voters to produce those lists, actually, so I cannot tell you exactly. But there is a special election in May, and we also have, we also should have a convention, I suppose, at the end of the summer.
Okay, so it sounds like we should have this, the campaign skills convention before May. So April, May,
Yeah,
like in April, mid-April, early April.
That's what I'm. That's
and
what
another one at the end of summer. I'm trying to find out what periods we need to shoot for.
Spring break.
In case we have members running in some of these local elections.
Let me look at the spring break dates for this year, because people who are parents will not be able to participate in that. Can we get a consensus or a sense of whether end of March, April is a good time? Let me just look at the spring break dates. I cannot do both things at the same time.
Just for folks' information, Marv has been on Stack for a while, and he says it's for a couple of agenda items back, and George will be on Stack. I can just say my piece quickly. I certainly hope we have at least a late April meeting, not March. That would be so soon after this one. I think it's not needed.
If we have special elections in May, let me just share the dates for the spring break for this year. Okay. And
here in Oregon City, we're having an election for mayor in May that is really important in our community. We just recalled this like really awful mayor who like wanted to open up all of the businesses during COVID and was like really racist. And now we're having a special election. It'd be great if the Green Party was involved in local elections.
Can't you Portland Greens get together and make recommendations for that race? Do we need a whole state convention to get involved in Portland elections?
I would suggest that if we do a skills share, we open up to everybody. I mean, I'm totally willing to do it as the local Portland and to open it to the entire state. I just don't know that if we have we could totally organize Clackamas County around the City of Oregon race. That would be phenomenal. But to do that, we should be running aggressively in April. So these are the spring break vacations. What about holding the skills share / minor convention the week after that, the weekend after that?
After the 28th?
No, it's actually, where was I?
I saw
Spring
20,
break. Oh,
28.
yeah, 20 to 28, yeah.
So the very beginning of, I don't have my calendar up.
I'm just bringing it up here. So 20 to 28, so that would be April 3rd or 4th. Oh, it's Easter. April 10.
Okay, so that's before. Yeah, that would, I mean, I'm really open. We just need to hear from people who have restrictions. To me, that the 10th makes sense.
Anybody opposed to using the 10 as a date? Okay, so is there a consensus on the date of April 10th for the spring convention? And I'll try to organize a campaign skills share associated with that.
That be in advance of that date? The skill share? Or on the same day?
That's why we are having a little discussion. Chuck says, why not sooner? George just mentioned that he's concerned that it's too soon after this convention.
George doesn't have to participate and probably won't for people deciding on local elections.
So should we try to do, I think that earlier would be better because it would kind of bring more momentum to what we're doing, but so that would be March 13. So can people post in the chat okay, Chuck, can somebody unmute Chuck? So Marvin is on this, okay, who's keeping the stack?
Me, and I see Marvin on the stack and brought it to your folks' attention about 10 minutes ago.
Okay, and also Chuck wants to speak.
Okay. So Marvin and then Chuck.
Sounds about right.
What's it about, Marvin?
Is he unmuted? Can he unmute?
Okay, the host is not allowed. There you go. Okay, well, listen, I've been trying to get on here since Natalie's chart of the sexist.
Go ahead.
And my question is, I mean, I'm 76-year-old, old white male. I've been called a racist and a bigot and a whole bunch of things. I had to come to the Pacific Green Party to be called these things, but I need to know the specific behaviors that these 5 women who left, what are the behavior that happened in the Pacific Green Party, either apparently on your SCC meetings, or was it in a convention? I mean, if somebody guilty of one of those behaviors, I'm sure it was me. I need to know what are the behaviors that these 5 women and that have reported to Natalie reported as sexism. What are they? What are we doing? And I know that Jim's a nice chart, but I want to know what we are doing in this part. I mean, women do not participate. I mean, we had a pretty good showing today. What, 5 or 6 women out of 30? I mean, I've been to conventions that have had 2 women, 12 people. So anyway, give me an example of some behaviors that these 5 women have brought out. Okay, thanks.
I'll just display one example on the screen in a second, okay?
Natalie, I don't want examples. I got a textbook of my own about sexism.
Can you?
What are the behaviors that we have done?
We've moved
We really
on.
need
So
to move
Natalie,
on.
can you share that with him
Privately.
after the convention? Send it privately or somehow so that we can continue on with this. I appreciate that you were having a difficult time getting on, Marvin, but
I don't think it's
Natalie can provide you with some
if this
info
party is
later.
going to grow, we have to address sexism. This is crucial. You don't want to talk about it.
Then notice Amanda Trujillo's comments right now on chat, please.
This is one of the things that pisses women off.
Okay, all right, good, very good.
All right, let's get back to future dates, and everyone is open to have further discussions privately about examples and debates, but that was presented as more or less informative and something for us all to be thinking about, and it wasn't allocated very much time to begin with. So back to future dates. Have we settled? No, we're still discussing March, I think.
I thought we were at April 10th.
Somebody went back to March 13th and now I'm not sure where we are anymore.
Chuck is on the stack.
Chuck?
Is he unmuted?
Unmute yourself.
Well, someone just sent me an unmute button, which made all the difference. But whoever's moderating the mute needs to pay more attention to these details. All I would say, I just want to draw a distinction, Natalie, around a skills training. And that sounds like something appropriate for the SCC to put out. Skills training, Saturday seminar, Sunday seminar is not a matter for a convention. So I would say shelve the ambition for a skills training, go to the SCC, choose your date, set it up. Meanwhile, if I understand the bylaws, the purpose of convention is to set other conventions. And I would assume on another convention, there would be opportunity to do a review of all the bylaws that people are asking for a review of. So does that distinction between a skills training not being a convention strict sense, but a working matter? That's all I wanted to share. I'm not going to mute myself because apparently I get locked out. So
thank you, Chuck. And I think your reasoning was pretty sound there. So, okay. So are we back to April now for the next convention? Is that what we're working on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So have we settled on a date? The 10th was what I last heard. Are we all okay with the 10th, or is there some issue with that?
Is that April 10th?
April 10th.
And is this April 10th for a convention or a skills training?
Convention.
Natalie Stack.
Is anyone else on the stack? Okay, Natalie, go ahead.
I think it's going to be difficult for people on the SCC to organize a convention and a skills share. I think that if we organize it for the same weekend, it would be much easier. Like one day skills share and the other day the convention. People don't need to come to the convention, but it's just being able to draw attention, to draw people to come in.
Okay, well, let's just do that. This really should be very simple. That sounds great. How do people feel about that?
No, I'm okay.
Sounds good to me.
So one other thing, maybe we should put this out there right now. Given that COVID is more than likely to still be an issue and we're still going to be convening via Zoom, I think it should be expected that there are going to be absentee voters because not everyone has access to a computer or an email or, you know, or internet, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that we should anticipate in advance that people will have absentee voting if for no other reason than the fact that we're all dealing with a pandemic. So what have we settled on? So we're going to have a convention on the 10th and a Skillshare share late in the afternoon.
Next day.
Next
day on Sunday. Okay.
Okay. And we also need to set up a tentative schedule for the following, because our bylaws mandate 2 approximate dates. So anybody wants to make a motion for an approximate date in July, August?
I propose we have a summer vacation out at Tim Daney's. Tim did a great job last year hosting a summer convention, and he said he'd be willing to do it if there's a committee that like, you know, helps get everything organized so he doesn't have to do all the work.
Yeah, and we need to work on the audio.
The only trouble with that is my experience is it doesn't usually rain in August unless you plan a big outdoor event. Then it will rain.
So Tim,
but that's not really an objection.
Okay. Tim, are we going to be able to set up proper audiovisual so that people can participate online if people want to go also physically to SIO? That was a major problem last time. Yeah, I'm asking to unmute.
Can you?
Okay, well, I'm all for it. August is good. As far as being able to set up, well, that's why I need people to come down beforehand and review the situation and see what's going on. You know, I've got the outdoor outlets. I've got Wi-Fi. I'm not sure what all we need. So I need other people down here to help me with figuring it out, you know, and the sooner the better, you know. And by August, it should be a little different situation. And as far as outdoor settings goes, 50 people is possible, you know, and we've got several awnings to be set up for keeping distance if we still need to. And who knows, maybe most of the people will be vaccinated by then. So it's just that other people
likely,
need to
but...
come and look at it.
I propose August 7th for the convention.
That sounds good.
Good with me.
Alex is stacked.
Alex, go ahead. Does Alex need to be unmuted or something?
Maybe.
Alex, you may need to unmute yourself.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't being allowed to unmute, so. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to point out a logistical thing. So that didn't work very well. I love where Tim's for a location, but it didn't really work very well as far as trying to monitor what was going on. There was a few people with laptops that you had to look over their shoulder to see for remote stuff. And then there was a terrible echo back and forth because of all the laptops feeding back on each other. So if we do it at Tim's, I would just suggest that we get find a big monitor if it's available. So I suggest if we don't have proper AV, then we don't do it at Tim's, because that was really terrible trying to follow what was going on with people talking remotely.
I think the reason for suggesting it out at Tim's is because like at SIO, we could actually do a camp out. We could have like a bonfire and we could do some, it could be like kind of like the conventions used to be like a long time ago. It's a summer convention and, you have some music and cook some food.
Time we had a party.
Natalie Stack.
Chuck's on the stack too. George, are you doing the stack?
Yes.
Pay attention.
I am paying attention.
Come on.
Bite me.
I think Natalie's next, and then.
No, I was on first. Look at this chat.
Okay. I can't follow it.
Well, I can.
Yeah, good.
May have rolled by me before I saw it. There's so much on there, and I'm trying to respond to one person or another. So yes, occasionally I make a mistake. Sorry.
It's okay, George. We'll forgive you sometime.
Why don't I just go while George reviews the chat? And let me just observe that Alex is right. Combining a convention with people on place, with people outside doing a Zoom call, it doesn't work. Maybe if you do the big screen thing, you can pull it off. But the summer thing would have been fine as a social. And I think we distinguish a social might be a great thing to do, but don't try to combine a convention with that. But I'd like to back up. It's unclear to me why a convention is being scheduled in April. No one's answered that. I got that on the chat.
Stack. Chuck, as a link,
ahead,
Natalie Stack.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Chuck, you may be a new member of the steering committee, so some things may not be obvious or you're not aware of it. The steering committee meets as a state, holds a convention three to four times a year because it's the only avenue to address major decisions. And we kind of are mandated to have 2 or 3 conventions as per our bylaws. It does not need to be very long. It can be very short. It can be just a little meeting, but it's the only avenue that the steering committee has to poll its supporting members and to vote on things and to review things. And you have several proposals that you want to review, that you want to be in charge of. So I think that that's going to be your avenue to get things voted.
I just wanted to be clear if an agenda is already set, because Natalie, you said bylaws could not be discussed in April.
I did not say that bylaws cannot be discussed in April.
Okay, so then obviously
the agenda is not set.
Be on the agenda in April convention.
No, the agenda is set by the steering committee, like maybe a month before the meeting, depending on what's going on. Because there is elections coming up in May, I think that, and because we are a party who should be running campaigns, that's where our energy should be. I want to mention to everybody also that this legislative session is going to be extremely short and extremely busy because of all of the COVID budgeting issues, and that the campaign finance reform legislation is going full steam. I'm very involved in that coalition. Blair is also, Seth is also, and that's what we should be focusing on. That is really critical. Campaign finance reform are at the core of what we do, and we cannot be missing the boat. So that's why the April convention needs to be focused.
But the April, Natalie, the April convention, there's no convention business needs to occur in order
Chuck,
to.
We just have conventions because we have conventions. That's just one of the things we do as a party. We just have conventions.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we move on? So we need to make one more proposed date for winter, or are we going to do winter?
We
Are
can
we
do
doing 3 or
winter.
4
No, just 2.
next year?
We only have to schedule the next 2 in advance. That's it.
Okay. 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 The next item on here is the bylaws stuff, and I've proposed a block to that. I'm blocking that. So we'll have to put that out to a poll, I guess, because I don't think it's ready for prime time. And in organizations that I've also been with, I believe that the traditional prudent way to do this is to form a bylaw committee that works on various things, and then they take that proposal to the SEC. And then before we can bring it to a vote or even a discussion, in my opinion, it needs to be vetted by a lawyer who actually knows what he's talking about, because some of the language that I've viewed can be very confusing and potentially damaging. There's almost like perpetual loops formed in some of this stuff. So that's the reason for my objection. So I open it up for discussion. To anybody
Charles
else?
Connor, Stack.
Charles, go ahead.
Let's see if I have my thoughts organized. I'm going to share a little bit of history. When the first time I joined the coordinating committee, the party had blown up over rewriting the bylaws. And it took us probably a year to get of weekly meetings to get that settled. Ultimately, we wound up rejecting the new proposals altogether by a hair. This is enough. Alan was proposing housekeeping measures, and a few of these are like the one saying that members of the SEC shouldn't also have a paying job with the party. Well, that's longstanding party policy. Putting that in the bylaws would make sense, and I would vote for it right now. But some of the rest would change the way the party operates pretty extensively. And a fellow member said, well, this is, there are ways for this to go wrong. So I agree with Mary that it really should be looked at by a group of people. Now, we've never hired a lawyer to work on bylaws. They're essentially political decisions about what kind of party we're going to have. But
no, they're
there are
legal
some lawyers
documents.
in the party. I can't volunteer them, but they've been firm about that. But we could probably find people to go over it. So I agree. I agree with Mary's. I'll take it as a motion that this should go to a small group to vet and look at. Now, a further point is that traditionally we bylaws have to appear at 2 conventions, so we could treat them. I assume most of us have read the proposals. So that's 1 convention, and they've been presented for people to think about, and then we would start voting on them at a further convention. So that I'm done. Is anybody else on the stack? I assume Dan is going to have something to say.
Yeah, I'm having a real hard time viewing chat right now. If somebody else wants to take over monitoring the chat for stacks, I'd
Well,
appreciate it.
Dan is up next.
Yes,
Dan?
and I should have spoken first because I'm the one that proposed these and I got them in on
Right.
time, unlike most of the other proposals. But at this point, I am going to actually withdraw them. And if anyone else tries to vote on them or include them, I'm going to assert my copyright because I wrote most of them. Instead, I'm just going to read you this statement. Pacific Green Party, Lane Chapter, rejects this rigged convention and the flawed election which unfairly implemented absentee voting without a formal announcement beforehand. We do not consider the SCC installed by this means to be valid and refuse to recognize it. We will continue to maintain our rights as a chapter and will not tolerate any interference from the SCC or other member groups and will protect ourselves both under the law and the party rules. And with that, we're going to leave the call and to whatever nonsense you want to come up with. Your dreams of top-down interference are not going to come true, no matter how much you wish it. Please have fun wasting your time.
Are you disaffiliating from the PGP?
No, he didn't say that. He just said he didn't recognize
Let him answer the question.
election results.
Okay.
Maybe
He
they want to
left.
go their own way.
Okay, so
Let's move on then. So he's withdrawn the proposed
I was
bylaw
also
and
wanted to be on-
constitutional changes.
Connor wanted to be on stack at some point too.
Connor?
Okay, is that on this topic? Because this topic has now been withdrawn. So we haven't really heard much from Connor today, but
Not this topic. It was more just a point of order thing about with Starlene leaving our pool of delegates or alt delegates, where we're going to update that. And then also, I know for a couple of conventions, my proposal to emulate the DSA style progressive stack and progressive representation and leadership, creating a reserve, had been included in previous conventions and then got dropped off. So I would like that put back for consideration at some point, whenever that's appropriate.
Thank you. We did mention in the election OPA vote that people who were not elected would be offered the opportunity to be alternates. So
Oh,
there's
that's-
definitely some kind of a plan to address that.
so the next topic appears also to have been withdrawn because it's written by Dan, Daniel, and Jana, and they are no longer with us, I think. So, so regarding Connors, you've already handled that, Emma. Okay, thank you.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Mary. He said basically, I think he told us we actually do need a new alternate delegate.
Okay.
Which none of us realized.
Are we talking about a
that.
delegate to the national?
I
Is that what
think
we're talking-
so. Is that what you mean, Connor? Because it's Starlene.
Yeah, whatever role Starlene was filling. I know in the past we've had a few people.
There is on the stack.
Who is?
Stag.
Oliver. Okay.
Starlene is a paid employee. She was never a delegate. And then she joined the Lavender Caucus and walked away from the backup. So we have 3 delegates and 2 backup, 2 alternatives. Oloni and Suzia have always been the backup alternatives.
Well, Susie might not want to. Do that on top of being on the SCC.
On this stack, I have Alex Polikov and Blair.
Okay.
Well, Mary asked my question. I was trying to distinguish between whether we were talking about national or the SCC. So,
Mhm.
so we are talking national, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. That's it for me.
I mean, Connor's request is certainly something we could take up. We could find someone to replace Darlene now that she's stepped away as an alternate. And we also haven't addressed the issue of alternates to the SCC.
Yeah.
Who's up next? Blair? Blair, go
Carol's
ahead.
back after Blair.
So my comment or issue is not related to delegates. It's something different. So when we're ready to take up something else, I'll chime in, but I don't know if it's appropriate now.
Well, I'm not sure. Delegates was like a past thing anyway, so
Go ahead,
so
Blair.
just go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll
Organized us.
put my video on for a moment. So I just want to address something that's been a little bit of an elephant in the room, and that is kind of the situation with folks from the Lane chapter. And I think it has been contentious. I think it will continue to be contentious unless we kind of get some outside help to resolve it, because it's obvious that we have not been able to resolve it on our own. I don't consider it resolved. I'm not saying that I agree with actions or views of the Lane County folks necessarily. I don't necessarily agree with other people's actions and views, but I do think, and this is notwithstanding the fact that I think I've come under personal attack, including today, that we can just sweep it under the rug. But I don't think we've ever really sort of positively tried to address it. I could be wrong, with some outside facilitators or some other way to deal with it. Because whenever we deal with it ourselves, it just goes around and around. So I'm not taking anybody's side in this. I'm just thinking that we need a different way to deal with it.
Natalie Stack.
Can I ask a question of Blair real quick first, Natalie? Since you've raised the subject and I'm perplexed as to how to resolve some of this. I sort of feel like it should technically be something that we anticipate in the bylaws, in the Constitution, that there be some sort of mechanism for I mean, it seems to me that a lot of the differences is that it's like Bill Clinton saying, what's the definition of is, and like, you know, they read the bylaws and they see something entirely different than the rest of us. And maybe what we just need to do is do some updating there, although I'm certainly not opposed to an outside mediator myself.
Well, I don't think I think it's a number of things. I think some of it's structural. I think some of it is in terms of discourse or way that we're communicating or failing to communicate. I think they raise some valid issues. Again, I don't necessarily agree with the way that the issues have been raised or the way that they're communicated. But to me, it still remains unresolved. And I think there needs to be something other than what we've done, because what we've done hasn't worked. I also agree, Mary, that, and I think this is something Chuck has brought up, that having some type of independent entity, even within the party, you know, a conflict resolution committee or a grievance committee or something other than the parties kind of involved in the dispute, especially when the dispute to some extent involves the statewide coordinating committee, who shouldn't be resolving issues that they're involved with. So
The stack includes Alex Polikoff, Jessica Morel, and myself. Anybody else wants to be on the stack?
Yeah, put me on the stack.
Okay, so please go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I'm in 100% in agreement with Blair. You know, Chuck started off with his talk about it. The only thing I don't know that there's enough trust within the party. That's the, I think Chuck's idea is a really good idea, but I don't know that there's enough trust even within the party to pull that off. So I'm personally in favor of Blair, and I don't know if we would need to pay somebody, or we could find somebody at least outside the party that both aggrieved parties could agree on, could be a neutral mediator. I think it is pretty critical. I mean, because it's ridiculous to have this going on. I mean, ever since, I joined the party in 2008 when I ran for Congress, and I mean, it's just blows the party apart, and we can't afford that. I mean, we're just, we're just always struggling for just our existence. And, Dan, when we had RCV passed in Benton County, Dan was out there with us, collecting signatures a bit. I mean, he believes in a lot of the same things, and it would be a shame to lose all that over this other stuff. So I'm completely in favor of somebody outside the party. If we can get somebody, some of our maybe organizational friends help us out on this. That's it.
Jessica, you're on the
So
I can't even manipulate my chat list, guys. I want to be on the stack, George. After
Okay, so
whoever was next.
Okay, Jessica, Natalie, Chuck, and George.
okay.
Connor wants to be on there too.
Okay.
So I just want to speak up because I think I've seen a lot of this behind the scenes. I've seen this when I've sat in on the SEC meetings. I've seen this from just the behavior that people have been exhibiting on Facebook from just multiple angles. And as a lifelong Green myself, and as someone who really has been involved in the Green Party, and like in Santa Clara County, they have a very functional Green Party chapter there that actually gets stuff done, and everybody seems to do well together. What I have observed is that, so there's a small contingent of people who are behaving in an incredibly egregiously hostile and inappropriate manner with multiple people. Many women have complained about their behavior, and every time that we complain, basically what ends up happening is most of those women end up going away because they complain, their issues don't get addressed, or they get argued to death, and then they just say, you know what, this isn't the place for me to put my energy into. And the truth is, the people, specifically Dan and Oliver, I think they've brought in other people who are espousing their views. But they have, I sat in when Oliver was arguing for why we need to bring more libertarians into the party. And a lot of libertarians have actually completely antithetical views to ours. And also women in particular many women are very put off by that in the Green Party. We actually had a whole discussion about that it felt very exclusive to bring up that a contingent who are sexist and who have actively anti-woman values to invite them into the party. We had a whole discussion about that, and Oliver was arguing for why we want to do that. So I'm telling you that that trying to both sides the issue is a bit of a problem, and I'm seeing that happen across the board. It's like, I know everybody wants to get along, but when you have an abusive party, you can't have a rational, kind, and polite discussion with them. And that is honestly what has happened. And I'm telling you, I have seen more than like 30 people get driven off from the party because of their behavior. They abused their admin powers and actually actively removed people who simply disagreed with them on their website, so that nobody was allowed to speak on the Lane County website. And many people left the party and publicly announced that on Facebook. I saw multiple people say that. They left because of that. I watched as they policed people's responses to their posts about COVID and everything else. I watched this whole process, and they continuously silenced people, and then they complained and acted like the victim because they were silenced and told not to. They weren't even silenced, actually, because everybody was trying to be kind to them. They just stopped them from having admin power and having the ability to just remove and delete people and ban them. So this is serious. And we can't just both sides the issue. That's my statement.
So on the
Thank
study,
you.
Yeah, so I
Who's
have
next?
myself, Chuck, Connor, and George. So I want to, Blair, I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with you. We are trying to be accommodating. Like, for example, on this vote today, we accepted and added people that we didn't know about, that had not been accredited. We were really as inclusive as possible. And you saw on the chat how the vote was qualified as being totally manipulated and corrupt, and the aggressivity of the language about that. My experience is certain people, and particularly 4 people, I'm going to name particularly 4 people, I'm not going to name them, but they are very abusive, verbally abusive, and the verbal abuse starts by calling, oh, this is an attack on me. This is, you're censoring me. This is corrupt. It's a verbal abuse that is not justified. I mean, we try to be accommodating, to be open, to bring people, and if it's not going their way, we get verbal abuse. And on the email, I have very thick-skinned, Blair, but on the email, I'm constantly being accused of being unethically and whatever, unhinged, everything, to the point where I had to send a letter of return receipt to cease and desist calling me names. That is very serious. And I think that we can arrange the structural issues, and that's what we're trying to do with these guidelines that are actually very mellow. But this is a personal issue. This is an issue of taking personal responsibility for abusive behavior. And that's what has not taken place. And Amanda, I know that you were on the SEC. Would you mind commenting a little bit on that?
You want to just put me on the stack and I'll let everybody do their.
Yeah, I'm giving you my stack.
Okay. Yeah, it was just a repeated, I think, so I moved here, I was in Denver for a long time and was on the Denver chapter there, and was successful there. Came here, waited a while to join, ended up on the SCC, and it's just constant. My first convention was that Salem one, and it's just constant, and it's always the same men. It's always the same men, and it's always accusatory, and it's always super gaslighty. It's like, you're censoring me, and then just attack, and it's awful. I am part of many groups. I have no issues getting along with anybody. We move forward. Green Party doesn't do anything in Oregon because they can't get past a fucking convention. So it's ridiculous. I mean, the only reason I'm even here is because Connor, who's always been a good ally, reached out to me, and he's like, hey, can you give us a chance? So I'm here. I'm watching. I'm not impressed. You might not see me again. That's all.
Who's next? Do you know
Blair?
Okay. So I'm just going to talk real briefly. Amanda, I hope you don't go away. And Jessica, I hear what you're saying. And Natalie, I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure, honestly, how to address it. I don't want to see Amanda and Jessica and folks like them and Justin and people walk away because of the toxicity. But there's also a point at which I think at least, we have to try and funnel or respond to some of the legitimate concerns. And I think even though the objections or dissent or contributions or whatever are wrapped in toxicity, that we kind of have to unravel the toxicity to deal with the substantive issues. But I also see it being a little of a chicken and egg thing, because I understand people not wanting to deal with the toxicity. So I know that folks have tried to deal with it on an individual basis. Obviously, it hasn't worked because people are walking away, and we are spending a ridiculous amount of time talking about process and just an awful lot of bullshit instead of trying to organize and register voters, raise money, and run candidates. That should be the 3 R's of the party and organizing. So anything else is a distraction, but I feel like we have to deal with the issues. And again, I'm a little bit of a loss because I am hearing what Linda and Jessica and Natalie and Emma and Trisha and other folks have said, and trying to figure out a way to honor that and not lose these folks while also dealing with the larger issue. I've said.
So on this stack, I have Chuck, Connor, and George, and I'm going to put myself.
So
onto your concern.
Let me just respond to the level of toxicity may in fact require an outside mediator to come in and shepherd between groups and then issue some kind of finding. And hopefully that would solve, but that's not going to solve the problem, because I think some of the problem was there was no mechanism for complaints about the Lane County Facebook page to be resolved within a party structure. It went straight to the SEC. They acted, they took strong action, and it alienated and it blew up. So I'm going to go back to my call for, and I would be, I'd like to work with Brian Setzler. Well, let me just also say this about the SEC now. Theoretically, there's no toxic element in the SEC, and the SEC should be able to proceed without any obstruction at all, since all the obstructionists have reportedly been dismissed. So they're not present anymore. So the future is completely wide open for the SEC to do some really good work without any negative remark. That being said, there's still issues of, we don't have a standing media committee. We don't have media rules. We can't distinguish official from unofficial. And I think we've entered an era of Facebook and social media where we need to refine these things and spell it out and make it clear. And I'm on board to support that.
George?
Connor,
Is it my turn?
George,
Connor.
Natalie, and Jessica.
Okay, George is next, or Connor?
No, Connor.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Chuck just said there. The being the person who was put in the middle for months on this before it blew up in July, August, with trying to be a good digital outreach ambassador when we're getting visitors to our social media being abused. Basically, I wasn't as aware as I should have been, but people were asking, why do you let your page do this when I was an admin? And so I looked into what they were talking about and thought, well, maybe they're exaggerating. And I saw this COVID 1984 post go up, which going up as the page, that's certainly a problem. But it was a minor problem. The more egregious problem was the fact that the people who are the new admins were, as the Pacific Green Party, then bullying people who were offering scientific rebuttal, saying, actually, that science is wrong. Actually, you got the math, like this is a site that has uncited sources and the math doesn't add up. We had medical professionals who were Green members offering their opinion and having it deleted and then being blocked, and all this other stuff happened. And we were trying to get through to the SEC saying, we don't have a grievance policy here. And to be fair to the SEC, it sounds like, had been trying to implement one, but it had been repeatedly blocked, them having guidelines or policy or whatever, which is what ultimately ended up forcing the situation. We had this ambiguous area which gave room for selective enforcement of unwritten standards and whatnot, and it turned into this ugly thing. That was sort of a direct response to what Chuck said. But the thing I originally wanted to mention is that Occupy Medical, who started as an activist small fringe group and has over the years grown, meaning we've had to accommodate more people with more mainstream or majoritarian perspectives because we've taken on, become a team of 50 people instead of 10 or whatever. We've had some grievances and this kind of strife internally, and we had to do what is suggested. We had to get a mediator ultimately, and the most recent one, we also had to side with having a mediator. We got a bylaws whisperer who was both good at spotting where our grievance policy had failed, giving us recommendations on how to fix that, and also how to fix our bylaws and our rules to avoid that kind of ambiguity being there in the future to create that situation. So I would second or support what's being said by Chuck and Blair. I'm done.
Who else?
George is next.
Okay, George.
Thanks, Connor. I wish also to put a second for what Chuck and Blair have proffered. I would suggest one of the people within the party who is pretty neutral on this issue because she's not been involved in it at all, and I don't think she's keeping up with the SCC discuss list or the CC list, is Lori Burton, who is trained in conflict resolution. Again, she'll call people on toxicity, and Chuck made a comment that I would love him to elaborate on, that there's no further toxic element on the SCC. That was wonderful, and I hope you're right, and I wish you'd be more detailed about that, more specific about what you mean. And I want anybody on here who thinks this has been a local versus state power control. It's really been an attempt to have accountability, responsibility, and civil discourse, and equal treatment among people that have varying opinions. Just today on the chat, I don't know if you all have followed all the chat. I've had a hell of a time because a lot of it went by fast and I can't back it up, unfortunately. My chat's just not working well. There's been a lot of accusations made, and a lot of again, a lot of character assassination, I think. And it's so unnecessary if we go back to our core and remember why we're Greens, what we're trying to accomplish in our own cities and our own counties and our own state and our own country and our own ecosystem of the whole planet. Good grief, guys. I feel like Rodney King. Can't we all be friends here? And I think that's probably enough, except I would really like Justin Phillip to speak just for a moment why he left the Lane Greens, why he left this meeting for a while, and then why he's come back. Thank you. George out.
I can certainly speak unless someone is ahead of me. Go ahead. Well,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can speak for myself. The interaction on social media is what turned me off from my local chapter. I really wanted to get more involved. In the chat, there's talk about, well, this doesn't necessarily reflect the views of our chapter, but I don't know how a reasonable person could see a post under Lane Greens in quotes and not assume that is the position of that chapter or the party for that matter. I don't think any reasonable person could make that assumption. If they want to post as individuals or if they want to post on their own page, great. I know that the Green Party attracts a lot of independent-minded people. I'm not trying to stifle that. I know we're not going to agree on it. Excuse me. I know we're not going to agree on everything, but we are all here because we do agree on some common values. And I think we need to really focus our attention on that. Like George said, what are we even doing here? Like, why are we here and what are our goals? Are we just here to like bicker amongst ourselves? Because if that's what it's all about, I'm not really interested. And I don't think Amanda and other people are very interested in being involved with that either. We want to build something significant outside the two dominating political parties in this country. If people want to, in my area, join me in that and focus on some positive things and actually get out in the community and build goodwill and do some of those kind of things, I'm all for it. But this kind of bickering, and you know, there was like, when have we, you know, I can go to the page right now and show you screenshots. You know, it's like, when have we ever attacked anyone? It right now, look, it's ridiculous. I mean, so, I mean, completely, I don't know how that kind of rhetoric is designed to attract people to the party. If we're trying to grow the party, that is just not, I mean, this is politics. You can hold those views, but politically it's not advantageous for us to die on a COVID denialist hill. I don't know why we want to do that. I mean, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. So anyway, I yield back. And by the way, I never left this. I've heard everything. I never left the meeting today, just except for lunch. So, I mean, I appreciate everybody. We're all here because we do share some common values, but all this other stuff is counterproductive.
Justin, will you please call me so we can chat privately?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Do we have anyone else on the stack that wants to?
Ken.
I'm on the stack, so we have.
Yeah, I'd like to be added.
I'm on there too, I think.
Okay, so I want to please look at the chat and see that there is again just very aggressive language. Like, Natalie, you have been inciting this for years. That is very off-putting for a woman and for anybody, because if there's anything, I've been putting hours of work into the Green Party, and that is absolutely not fair. We have to come up with guidelines. And every time as we try to be inclusive, like including people to vote on the OPA vote today, adding people as the voting is already coming on, then we get a backstabbing about being a corrupt bunch.
Oh my God.
I think that I'm all for mediation, but at some point we have to draw the line on bullying. Bullying is not acceptable. And that's, at some point, you guys, you men are way too nice. You men are really very nice, and you're accepting behavior that's really very threatening for women. Because I can tell you, when I get these emails or when I get a message from some of you, indeed sent me recently a message about a moderation thing, I actually lose sleep for 3 days, and it affects me very much emotionally. Very much. I don't show it because I'm very thick-skinned, I'm in politics and so on. But at some point, you men here on this call need to call bullying for what bullying is. This message that Oliver sent me, Natalie, you have been inciting this for years, is absolutely not acceptable. That, Oliver, is bullying. I have not said anything that was threatening to you. I'm just asking on and on and on. Please, let's not be abusive to each other. Let's not be aggressive and abusive to each other. And this is going on the chat. I think at some point, it's not mediation that we need. It's behavioral health support. So that's my take. And it's 3:20. I think that I'm going to stay for another 10 minutes, but I'm going to leave because I actually not feeling very well.
Well, let me reply. I've had my name mentioned several times.
You can go on the stack.
I believe Jessica goes next, and then I'll be up.
Okay, Jessica, please.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that, like, when we say, can we all just please get along? This isn't like two equal parties who have a disagreement. This is an abusive party who has repeatedly been abusive, who many women have told you have been abusive directly to them, and many women have actually left the party because of it, and it's not getting addressed. And to continuously say, let's just get along, is to completely dismiss the fact that that's actually injurious, directly injurious against the women and people of color also, who have tried to get in and had to have this toxic encounter. And so I just want to say, it's fine to say, look, we have some problems that we have to address, because that's true. Obviously, we have some problems that need to be addressed, but especially with how we determine, when somebody has overreached or when somebody's abuse of power is too much, and when to recall someone. So we definitely need to talk about that. But the first thing that needs to happen is that we have to be able to stop people who are being abusive from being abusive. So mediation is not going to necessarily do that, because if you're working with a party who is not willing, who is not actually wanting, their goal is not to get along and to have shared goals. Their goal is to attack and to abuse. And the problem is that the people who I have seen attacking, I don't believe they share our core values. I don't believe that they represent in any way the 10 core values of the Green Party. I think we can pretty clearly see that. And what Natalie is talking about, when she's talking about the abuse that's been levied at her, it's not just people saying, hey, stop attacking me. I've seen, like, Marv has said very sexual things towards Natalie that has been absolutely disgusting in public. And someone like that should not at all be allowed to vote as a quote unquote good standing member in good standing. Supportive member in good standing should not be someone who says sexual comments against a woman who is one of our representatives. So I think that in disgusting sexualized comments that were very attacking, very, very intentionally attacking and personally attacking. So I think there's two things that need to be addressed. First thing is, we need to stop that behavior. We need to say, as a group, this is not appropriate. If you do this behavior, you are not allowed to hold any kind of representative role whatsoever. That should be 100%. And then beyond that, then we can have a mediated conversation about what we should do with our bylaws and everything else. And the final note that I want to make is that one of the issues is that what I've seen with Dan and Oliver is that they get in, they use the consensus vote against us. What I saw this over and over again. This is why I left the SCC, because I was thinking about possibly joining, and then I said no, because after I saw a number of meetings, I saw what was happening. What Dan does is he nitpicks technicalities, and whenever there's a vote for something, they block it. If it's something progressive they don't like, they block it. Then once they block it, they block and block and block until everybody's so frustrated that finally they offer an alternative. And then everybody compromises with them, but it's a compromise that shouldn't have been made, because it doesn't actually take us in the right direction. It actually goes against women and people of color and other things. For instance, I can point you to the rules of conduct that they actually helped to edit, and they kept constantly arguing and editing it. And so when in this section where it talks about language that you should not use against other people, it doesn't talk about, hey, you shouldn't say the N-word, or you shouldn't say words that are specifically targeted against marginalized people. It says you shouldn't call people a Nazi, and you should. It basically defends language that might be used against white people who are already in the majority, who already are in a position of power. It's exactly the opposite of what you would expect. And so I've seen them use that kind of process against us, and people are not always, because everybody is approaching this with the best of intentions. They're not actually aware of what they're doing a lot of the time. And so it becomes this subtle erosion that happens over time until finally we're at this state where so many women have been driven away, and so many people who could see what's happening have been driven away, that now we have this incredibly contentious situation. So, and incredibly toxic. So please, let's just make a collective agreement that we will not put up with that kind of behavior. And it's not, and it's okay for women to feel angry. It's okay to express that you feel angry. Let's not tone police that. If you're going to be, women and people who are being marginalized have the right to say, this is not okay. But what we are tone policing, what we are saying is, the boundary we are putting down is you're not allowed to abuse people. You're not allowed to say things that are you know, incredibly offensively personal. So anyway,
and driving conflict.
Yeah, and driving conflict intentionally.
Thank you, Jessica. I was going to point out, Justin mentioned about COVID 1984 on the Lane chapter. Right after the November election, the Lane chapter was posting about voter fraud, and they kept it up for several days. And I would not be at all surprised if somebody looked at that page and thought they had run into a Trump chapter, not a Green Party chapter. And this is part of the problem. And I do want to think that some people in this party are trying to make it smaller, not larger, because they want to be big fish in a small pond. And they say, basically what they're saying is my way or the highway. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay. We've had a full day. And I think we've completed the agenda. Do we have a motion to look for a mediator, or are we ready to adjourn?
George just wants to say one thing to Jessica. Jessica, I sent you a long post on chat. I hope you can read it. Thank you, and I'll shut up.
Thank you, George.
I would like to move to adjourn the meeting. I think we're all pretty tired at this point.
Yeah, emotionally, physically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I want a chance to respond. My name has been stated several times over and over again, and I'd like an opportunity to address from my perspective of what's been happening here for years. I've been on the SEC.
And you ripped it apart.
I ripped it apart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I added extra seats so we could have meetings. When I joined, the SEC wasn't even meeting.
Three
It was
women
dead.
have left, citing you specifically.
It was dead.
Because of them leaving. 3 women.
We couldn't get
Specifically,
quorum.
we need to do
Okay,
some
let's
sort of
address
protection.
that. That's not my fault.
Yes, it is, George.
No, it's not my fault. Listen, Melissa Wright, I met with her in Natalie's house, and she was crying.
Women have
She was
mentioned
talking
that they're
about
leaving
some
the SEC because
Andy
of
Moth guy. I'm talking, please. I'm trying to explain why this is bunk. Okay, Melissa Wright, as I met at Natalie's kitchen table, as I'm trying to put together Portland chapters, which for the record, there isn't any official Portland chapter, period. People that are claiming and using that to endorse are committing election fraud. That happened this year twice. Election fraud at the hands of people pretending that they have an imaginary Portland chapter and they're going to use it to back Democrats and back others. So that's a far bigger crime. I mean, that is actually criminal. Okay. But when it came to Melissa Wright, she's crying at the coffee table, or she's crying at the table in Natalie's home, talking about some moth guy who has just destroyed her, destroyed the chapter and all this. And I'm like, I have no idea who the Mothman is. I have no idea what's going on. Melissa Wright, she was intense and kind of militant about ranked choice voting. And during that time, I was aligning with star voting. So there became this huge divide. Where some of the conflict came from with Melissa Wright was whatever you guys did, whatever magic it was to lower the number to 5 seats instead of 7, we couldn't get a quorum. Natalie would not attend the meetings. Melissa Wright would not attend the meetings. We could not get 4 to do any business. So there was some tension there where it's like, we need you to attend because we can't even do a meeting. That's where I said, well, why are we even doing 5 seats? Why are we even doing 5 seats? We used to have 7 because with 7, we can have a quorum and we can get some business done. So Melissa Wright, though, she thought that I was going to battle with Seth, and Seth and I did square up over I was Star.
Why are we allowing this? Why are we
And-
allowing this?
and he's ranked
Melissa
choice
left
voting.
because of you. Melissa
So-
left because of you. She said it over and over again.
That's fine. She can
Yes.
blame me.
She left
That's not the
because of
truth.
Oliver,
I
I
left because of you
witnessed
too,
fights,
Oliver.
George,
and I've witnessed fights with Natalie. So it's no wonder to me that they weren't coming to the meetings.
No. That was, we didn't
And
have
I was
any
trying
conflict.
to, I was coming to those meetings.
We didn't, you and I were the only ones. There was no conflict with Melissa Wright. I went to her Cider Riot event and filmed ranked choice voting event. There was no huge issue there. She thought I was trying to play.
can someone please close the meeting? This is just so inappropriate. It's really traumatizing me. I'm tired
simply
of hearing these
explaining.
lies. These are just lies. Melissa left because of you. Amanda left because of you. Most of the women
I have
left
made a
the party left
motion
because
to
of
adjourn
you.
the meeting, and I'm asking for it to go through at this
I'll
point.
This is
second
a
it.
part of the problem.
Second motion.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. George, I'll give you a call.
All right, great. I look forward to it. You can call me right now if you have the time.
I will.
Thank you,
Right now is
everyone.
good for me.